Chapter 87. Lu Yi still remembered the first time he met Hupa. When he met Hupo's amber eyes, he was dazed for a moment. After that, Hupa didn't show any abnormalities until now. Yi thought for a moment and said, "I don't think so." She turned around and asked, "Hupa, do you know any spells?" Hupa responded with an "ah." Yi said he doesn't. Lu Ye's mouth twitched. Even now, he still couldn't figure out how Yi could communicate with Hupa. It was amazing that she could tell what he wanted to say through his voice. It could only be said that this was Yi's unique ability as a nightmare spirit. Yi didn't continue to ask. He just thought of this and asked casually. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Yi began to cultivate. Hupa lay beside him and slept. The night passed uneventfully. At the Xian sect's encampment, Chu Tian was collecting pills and food from his fellow sect members according to Lu Ye's request. As a result, the news that Tiger crossing the mountain was about to leave spread like wildfire. Before the sky was completely bright, Chu Tian began to contact Lu Yi. After confirming his location, he brought 2 of his junior brothers to meet with Lu Yi. After the exchange, Lu Yi received a large amount of food and over 200 spirit pills. At this time, the sky was already bright. Lu Yi flipped onto the tiger's back. Chu Tian cupped his fists and said, "We'll meet again. Let's keep in touch if we have time." Lu Yi nodded slightly. Hu Po's figure darted out, heading into the depths of the sky-split gorge. Looking at Lu Ye's departing figure, Chu Tian suddenly felt a little envious. Traveling and cultivating like this was truly carefree. However, Hupa came from a large sect and had such confidence and resources. If he were to do the same, he probably wouldn't live for more than a few months. He led his 2 junior brothers back to the Xian sect's encampment. He was immediately summoned by Wang Yang and hurried over. When he arrived, he found that something was wrong. Everyone in the encampment had been summoned. Not only were the disciples of the sect included, but also the loose cultivators under the sect. Several hundred people gathered in a square. Wang Yang stood there with his hand on the hilt of his sword, as if he was waiting for something. The atmosphere was somewhat tense. Chu Tian stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Senior brother." "Tiger crossing the mountain left?" Wang Yang asked. "He left," Chu Tian replied. Wang Yang nodded slightly. "It's good that he left. Enter the encampment." He seemed to be eager for Lu Yi left. "Yes." Chu Tian walked into his own group and was confused by the situation in front of him. However, Wang Yang had suddenly gathered all his people. It was clear that he wanted to make a big move. Chu Tian had a faint guess in his heart. If it was like this, then there would be a big battle today. Time flowed by slowly. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Wang Yang, who'd been standing there all this time, suddenly raised his brows and said in a clear voice, "My celestial sect and the 9-star sect have been neighbors for 30 years. During these 30 years, the disciples of our 2 sects have fought and killed without end, causing many casualties. The enmity between us is as deep as the ocean. Even though my celestial sect was victorious in the battle at Heaven's Split Gorge a few days ago, the disciples of my celestial sect won't be able to live in peace as long as the 9-star sect remains. Thus, I intend to attack and occupy the Jiuxing sect's base. Junior brothers and sisters, please lend me a hand." His words caused an uproar. It had only been a day since the declaration of war, but Wang Yang was going to attack the Jiuxing sect's base. This shocked all the disciples of the Xian sect. The Xian sect had won the declaration of war, so it was time for them to enjoy the fruits of victory instead of causing unnecessary trouble. One had to know that attacking and occupying a base wasn't a simple matter. The base was protected by a large formation. Without breaking the formation, it was impossible to attack and occupy. However, when they recalled Wang Yang's various actions over the years, everyone knew that Wang Yang had already made arrangements for this. Chu Tian was the first to raise his arms and shout, I am willing to follow Senior Brother and show the might of my celestial sect. Everyone shouted in unison, I am willing to follow Senior Brother and show the might of my celestial sect. At the front of the crowd, Wang Yang smiled. Very good. He turned to look at Chu Tian, send a message to Tiger crossing the mountain. Tell him that Dong Shai personally went to hunt him down an incense sticks worth of time ago. Chu Tian was shocked when he heard this. He was shocked by Dong Shai's audacity, and even more shocked by Wang Yang's information network. Dong Shai was the cultivator with the highest cultivation in the 9-star sex base. With him around, the 9-star sex base was impregnable. However, if he left, the 9-star sex base's defenses would immediately be reduced. From the looks of it, the death of the 9-star sex young sect master had caused them to lose face. They could lose the war with the celestial sect, but Tiger crossing the mountain had to die. If not, Dong Shai would not have risked leaving the base to personally hunt him down. He would not leave with great fanfare, otherwise he would be giving the celestial sect an opportunity. Even so, Wang Yang had received accurate information. It was obvious that he had already made arrangements outside the 9-star sex base. As long as Dong Shai left the base, Wang Yang would immediately receive the news. He then recalled that at last night's celebration party, there were a few fellow disciples who did not show up. However, how did Dong Shai know that Tiger crossing the mountain had already left? Chu Tian was not stupid. He understood the whole story in an instant. The news had been leaked from the celestial sect. No wonder when he reported to Senior Brother Wang Yang about Tiger crossing the mountain's request last night. Senior Brother Wang Yang had asked him to collect from his fellow disciples. It was obviously easier to get them from within the sect. When he was collecting spiritual pills and food, many people asked him the reason. He did not hide it and told them that Lu Yi was preparing to leave. It was impossible for the disciples of the celestial sect to send a message to the 9-star sect. So the ones who leaked the news were the rogue cultivators. Just as he was thinking this, Wang Yang suddenly looked at a cultivator in the crowd and said, Shi Jun, do you have anything to say? The rogue cultivator called Shi Jun's forehead was covered in sweat as he nervously replied, No. Wang Yang only looked at him. Shi Jun's expression became even more nervous as he blurted out, Senior Brother Wang, please spare me. It seems like you really have nothing to say. With a flick of his thumb, the sword at his waist emitted a clear sword cry. The sword turned into a sword light and instantly arrived in front of Shi Jun. It circled around Shi Jun's neck, and Shi Jun's body immediately stiffened. When the sword light returned to its scabbard, Shi Jun's head fell off. Blood gushed out from his neck like a fountain as his headless corpse fell to the ground. This unforeseen event caused all the rogue cultivators to break out in cold sweat as they looked at Wang Yang in bewilderment. Wang Yang's expression was cold as he said, Shi Jun is a member of the celestial sect on the surface, but he is actually a spy of the 9-star sect. Today, I will kill him as a warning to others. I hope everyone will take care of themselves. Once this was said, everyone was in disbelief. However, when they thought of Shi Jun's last words, they realized that this should be the truth. Shi Jun's last words were clearly due to his guilty conscience. Let's go and destroy the 9-star sect. Wang Yang waved his hand. A moment later, hundreds of cultivators from the celestial sect filed out of the encampment. The encampment suddenly became empty. Chapter 88. On Hupo's back, Lu Ye's expression was leisurely. Compared to when they had just set off from Blue Cloud Mountain, he was undoubtedly much more relaxed now. Having become accustomed to this kind of bumpy journey, Hupo's running didn't even affect his cultivation. Of course, compared to his normal state, this kind of efficiency was always slower, but fortunately he had the spirit-gathering spirit rune to make up for it. All 30 spirit apertures were blessed with spirit-gathering spirit runes, constantly gathering the surrounding world energy. As the pill inside his abdomen was dissolved and the world energy poured into his body, the world energy in his newly opened 30th aperture was constantly increasing. He didn't use gluttonous meal, mainly because it took some time to switch secret arts, unlike when he was resting after fighting Luoji. At that time, both sides were in each other's field of vision, so if Luoji had any abnormalities, Lu Yi would have been able to immediately notice and switch secret arts. Hurrying wasn't an option, as there was always some unexpected situation. Perhaps during the short 10 breaths he needed to switch secret arts, he would encounter a crisis. Maintaining the golden cicada carefree secret art at all times would also allow him to have a better ability to adapt, so sacrificing nothing more than his cultivation speed wasn't a big deal. Silently calculating the number of spirit pills he had, Lu Yi found that there was enough for him to cultivate to the 4th order spirit stream realm with some left over. Of course, this was under the assumption that there was no additional consumption. If another battle broke out, more spirit pills would be consumed. In addition, Hoopa also consumed spirit pills every day. An incense stick worth of time ago, Lu Yi had already left Heaven's splitting gorge. Hoopo's speed was still quite fast, so according to the 10-point map and the battlefield mark in his hand, Lu Yi pointed Hoopa in a certain direction and let him gallop. While leisurely walking, Lu Yi suddenly frowned and checked the battlefield mark. He didn't know why Chu Tian had contacted him again. However, when Lu Yi finished reading the message from Chu Tian, his face suddenly changed and he patted Hoopo's back and shouted, "Hoopa, run! Someone is chasing us." Hearing this, Hoopo's speed suddenly increased, almost throwing Lu Yi off his back. Yi Yi's small head popped out from Hoopo's back and she asked, "News from Profound Sex Chu Tian? Who is it and what cultivation is it?" "A 7th order spirit stream realm cultivator named Dong Shu Yi," Lu Yi replied. A few days before he killed the 9 Stars sect disciples in the Heaven's Splitting Gorge, he didn't even encounter a single 5th order spirit stream realm cultivator. He thought that this was the outer ring of the battlefield, and there wouldn't be any cultivators with high cultivation. But then he saw the woman with the twin buns and the burly man from the 9 Stars sect. Lu Yi wasn't too sure about their cultivation, but it was definitely higher than the 5th order. At that time, he realized that it wasn't that there were no cultivators above the 5th order in the outer ring of the battlefield. The reason why he hadn't encountered any was because the two sects were suppressing each other, and a 7th order spirit stream realm cultivation was undoubtedly the stabilizing force of a sect's encampment. For such a person to personally chase after him, one could see how deep Jiuxing's sect's hatred for him was. Lu Ye's mood was solemn. Although he was on par with Luo Ji and was confident that he could fight a 5th order spirit stream realm cultivator, if his opponent was a 7th order spirit stream realm cultivator, he wouldn't be able to resist. Yi also knew that the situation wasn't good, so she turned around and urged Hoopa to run faster. Hoopa used all his strength and ran as fast as lightning. The wind whimpered on both sides, and the scenery around them constantly receded. Another message came from the battlefield mark, and Lu Yi hurriedly checked it. "Brother Yi, try to hold on. Dong Shu, you won't stay with you for too long." "What do you mean?" Lu Yi hurriedly replied. In the Profound sect camp, Chu Tian, who was following Wang Yang to attack the 9 Stars sect encampment, was in a dilemma. He didn't know how to explain this matter. Speaking of this matter, it was the Profound sect that used Lu Yi. The news of Lu Yi leaving the Heaven-Splitting Gorge was leaked by them, which led to Dong Shu Ye's pursuit. But this kind of thing couldn't be said clearly. It would only offend Tiger Crossing Mountain. He came from a top force, and as long as he didn't die, he would definitely achieve great things in the future. Offending him at this time wasn't a good thing. Just say what you have to say. At this time, Wang Yang's words suddenly sounded in his ears. "Since you've done it, you don't have to be afraid of others finding out. If he's a smart person, he naturally knows what to do." After receiving Wang Yang's instructions, Chu Tian's heart calmed down. He replied, My fellow disciples of the Profound Sect are currently rushing to the Nine Stars Sect encampment. As long as Dong Shuyi receives the news, he will definitely rush back. So, Brother Yi, you must hold on. Looking at Chu Tian's message, Lu Yi couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Dong Shuyi, the Nine Stars Sect encampment's anchor, had just come out to kill him, and the Profound Sect had actually turned out in full force to attack the Nine Stars Sect encampment. The timing was a little too coincidental. It was as if the Profound Sect had been waiting for this opportunity, and they even invited him to participate in some kind of celebration banquet last night. Lu Yi didn't know if the Profound Sect had a chance to attack the Nine Stars Sect encampment like this, but since they had already done it, they must have some confidence. When he was in the heaven-splitting gorge, Dong Shu, he couldn't make a move because it was too close to the Profound Sect encampment. It was very likely that the Profound Sect would interfere. So if Dong Shuyi wanted to kill him, he would have to wait until he left the heaven-splitting gorge. But only Chu Tian knew that he had left the heaven-splitting gorge. So why would Dong Shuyi chase after him? Was he being used? Lu Yi thought of a possibility. After thinking for a moment, he replied to Chu Tian, "We're even." Then he decisively blacklisted him. Even though he was sure that he was being used, Lu Yi didn't blame the heavens or anyone else. Speaking of which, he was the one who started the battle at the heaven-splitting gorge. He killed the Nine Stars Sect's young master and his entourage, which led to a confrontation between the two great sects. If the Profound Sect hadn't interfered, Lu Yi might not have been able to stop the Nine Stars Sect. At the very least, he would have had to face the pursuit of many cultivators, including many Fifth-Order cultivators. The intervention of the Xian sect allowed Lu Yi to avoid fighting against an entire sect with his own strength. However, when he declared war, he also saved a lot of Xian sect disciples. He didn't take any of the spoils of war and only asked for some useful spirit pills and spirit stones from the disciples he saved. The whole process could be considered as Lu Yi and the Profound Sect disciples helping each other. So, even if the Profound Sect used him in the end, Lu Yi wouldn't blame others. This was the root of the disaster he caused. In short, the Xian sect had helped him, and he had also helped a lot of Xian sect disciples. In the end, he had also obtained an earth-level cultivation method from the Xian sect, which had solved his urgent need. Now that he had been used, they did not owe each other anything. They would live well in the future. In the Profound Sect's camp, Chu Tian had a bitter face and sighed. What did he say? Wang Yang's voice reached his ears. Chu Tian honestly said, "We're even," and then he erased my brand. This made Chu Tian feel a little disappointed. After all, he was a disciple from a top force. How could he have the chance to come in contact with him? The corner of Wang Yang's mouth curled up. He's a smart person. Interesting. Chapter 89. Outside the heaven-splitting gorge was a vast plain with flat terrain. This kind of terrain was simply hostile to Lu Ye's current situation because there was no place to hide at all. He took out the 10,000-year map to investigate. After crossing this plain, there was a mountain, and on the other side of the mountain was a large river. After crossing the river and traveling a few dozen kilometers, there was a market. Enter the mountain. Lu Yi made a prompt decision. He didn't know what kind of methods a seventh-order spirit stream realm cultivator had, but in his current situation, entering the mountain was his only chance of survival. However, the mountain was not close to here. Even with Hu Po's speed, it would take an hour to reach it. Lu Yi secretly prayed that Dong Shu Yi wouldn't run too fast. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he suddenly felt a prickling sensation on his back. Turning his head to look back, Lu Yi was startled. This was because from the direction of the heaven-splitting gorge, a streak of light was rapidly approaching. Almost without a doubt, that streak of light was Dong Shai. Although they were separated by a great distance, Dong Shai could see Lu Yi riding on Hu Po with a single glance, his hawk-like gaze fixed on him. The prickling sensation Lu Yi felt was the other party's murderous intent. He can fly. Lu Ye's heart skipped a beat. He originally thought that by relying on Hoopa, he would have a high chance of escaping this guy's pursuit. After all, Hoopo's speed was quite fast, especially in this urgent situation where Hoopa was going all out. But he never expected that Dong Shu Yi could actually fly. The situation was far from good. One was running on the ground while the other was flying in the sky. Hoopa obviously couldn't escape, but at that moment, Dong Shu Ye's figure suddenly fell to the ground. Before Lu Yi could figure out what was happening, this guy had already shot up into the sky and flew over. A moment later, Lu Yi saw clearly that this guy wasn't flying but rather gliding. But every time he glided, he could cover a distance of 1,000 meters, much faster than Hoopa. The situation wasn't as bad as Lu Yi imagined, but it was definitely not optimistic. The distance between them was constantly closing, and at this rate, Dong Shu Yi would be able to catch up in less than an incense stick worth of time. A seventh-order spirit stream realm cultivator was really extraordinary. The other party, running over to kill him, also had a certain degree of confidence. I have to think of a way. Lu Yi pondered for a moment and took out a talisman from his storage pouch. He only had 9 talismans left in his possession. He had used too many talismans in his 3-day battle with Luo Ji. The remaining 9 talismans were all defensive and supportive in nature. The talisman that Lu Yi took out was called Wind Walker. It was an auxiliary talisman that could increase one's speed. Lu Yi had never had the chance to use it before, but now was the right time to use it. He activated his spirit energy and slapped the spirit talisman onto Hoopo's body. In an instant, a layer of spirit light encircled Hoopo's body and quickly gathered on its forelegs. A light energy encircled it. With the help of the spiritual light, Hoopo's speed suddenly increased. Although he still couldn't shake off Dong Shai's pursuit, he might be able to drag it out for a longer time. One chased while the other fled, constantly closing in on the mountain. The killing intent in Dong Shai's eyes almost condensed into substance, erupting like flames. He had originally thought that killing Hoopa would be a piece of cake if he personally made a move. Who knew that he had underestimated the snow-white tiger's speed? Now that he had used the help of the spirit talisman, it would be even more difficult to chase him down. However, this couldn't stop Dong Shai's determination to kill Lu Yi. The young sect leader had been killed under his watch. When this matter was reported, the elders in the sect would be furious. This was especially true for the sect leader. He had clearly declared that his incompetent son couldn't die in vain. The murderer must pay with his life. If it weren't for the fact that Cloud River tier cultivators couldn't enter the Spirit Stream battlefield, Dong Shai even suspected that the sect leader would personally charge in. Because that idiot had been killed, Dong Shai had been reprimanded. Previously, he had been defeated by the Xian sect, causing his situation in the sect to become even worse. If he could avenge the young sect leader, perhaps he could still maintain his current position. However, if he couldn't, then he would definitely be unable to move an inch in the Jiuxing sect in the future. Thus, no matter what, the murderer had to die. So what if his opponent had used a spirit talisman? He still couldn't shake him off. The distance between them was constantly closing. As long as he reached a suitable position, he would only need to use a spell technique to take Tiger Crossing Mountain's life. After the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the distance between them was only a few thousand feet. The power of the Wind Walk Spirit Talisman had been exhausted, and Lu Yi took out another one and slapped it onto Hoopo's body. This was also the last Wind Walk Spirit Talisman. The sect leader had only prepared 2 of these for him. If he used this one, he would have none left. After the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the mountain ahead became clear. In just the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Hoopo would be able to bring Lu Yi into the mountain. At that time, it would be much easier to hide. However, Dong Shai had already chased him to within 1,000 feet. This distance was already very dangerous. Lu Yi felt his heart thumping wildly, and an indescribable sense of suffocation pressed down on him, making it difficult for him to breathe. 2,000 feet, 1,000 feet, Lu Yi felt a strong fluctuation of spiritual power behind him. When he turned around, he saw Dong Shai gliding through the air. He had one hand pointed in his direction, and a fiery red disk of spiritual power slowly rotated in front of him. Profound Sect has already sent out all their forces to attack 9-Star Sect Station. You still have the mind to chase me? Lu Yi hurriedly shouted. Profound Sect was using him, so he naturally had no need to hide information for them. Now that he was in a life or death crisis, he naturally had to delay as long as he could. Dong Shai was obviously startled when he heard this. His instincts told him that Lu Yi wasn't lying. His mind was slightly disturbed, and the disk of spiritual power in his hand became somewhat unstable. He then shouted, "Deceiving others with your lies and disturbing my mind, die." With a burst of light, fist-sized fireballs rained down on Lu Yi like a meteor shower. There were at least a few dozen of them, and they seemed to be endless. Lu Ye's eyes twitched. Although he knew that a 7th-order spirit stream realm cultivator wasn't to be trifled with, he didn't expect him to be this strong. Moreover, looking at the signs of Dong Shai's attack, it was obvious that he was a Dharma cultivator. That Luo Ji was also a Dharma cultivator. I hate Dharma cultivators. Lu Yi secretly gritted his teeth and moved down from the tiger's back to sit on Hupo's back. He pressed his hand on the hilt of his saber and waited with rapt attention. As the fireballs fell, Hupo moved left and right to avoid them. The fireballs were extremely powerful, and they smashed holes in the ground when they landed. Flames splashed everywhere as they burned fiercely. Even if one didn't die after being hit by such a technique, they would at least lose a layer of skin. On the tiger's back, Lu Yi continuously attacked with his saber. At the same time, his defensive spirit tattoo flickered continuously. The fireballs that Hupo couldn't avoid were cut or blocked by him. The sputtering flames burned his entire body, and Hupo kept whimpering as the smell of barbecued meat wafted from his body. After the fireballs fell, Lu Yi and Hupo were fine except for some burns. However, Lu Ye's saber-wielding hand was trembling violently. A 7th-order spirit stream realm technique wasn't so easy to block. The other party's technique was a large-scale attack with the intention of killing Lu Yi in one fell swoop. Its lethality was obviously spread out, but he needed to use all his strength to block each fireball. Moreover, Dong Shai was hastily casting this technique. If he used all his strength, what would happen? This time, the odds were stacked against him. Chapter 90. Not to mention Lu Ye's suffering. Dong Shai was also surprised that his spirit technique failed to kill Lu Yi. Only now did he understand that Luo Ji's words were true. This disciple from some top sect could actually fight with spirit inscriptions. He saw with his own eyes that a shield-like spirit inscription kept flashing on Lu Ye's body, blocking several fireballs. No wonder someone like Luo Ji was defeated. When Luo Ji returned yesterday, he checked the battle report and learned that this guy had lost. He thought that Luo Ji didn't try his best, but now it seemed that he was wrong. However, he wasn't Luo Ji. Luo Ji's background was better than his, and he cultivated a heaven-grade secret art, but his cultivation was still lacking. He was a dignified 7th-order cultivator, so he naturally had more means than this. His spirit chi surged, and a wash-basin-sized fireball appeared in front of him. Almost as soon as it appeared, it flew towards Lu Yi at an incredible speed. Let's see how you block this. Seeing the fireball coming, Lu Ye's scalp went numb. Although there were many fireballs just now, they were only the size of a fist. He could barely block them. But how could he block this wash-basin-sized fireball? Hupa! Lu Yi roared. Hupo's speed increased again, and he suddenly jumped out. The huge fireball fell from the sky, almost brushing past Hupo's, but Lu Ye's face was scalded by the scorching air, and even with his spiritual energy protecting his body, it was of no use. He could even smell the smell of his hair being burned to a crisp. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. Although this thing looked big, it was slower than the small fireballs just now. Otherwise, Hoopa wouldn't have been able to dodge it. However, in the next moment, his face changed because the huge fireball didn't fall to the ground. Instead, it suddenly changed direction and chased after them. This thing can change directions. In the air, Dong Shai, who was gliding, had one hand behind his back while the other formed a seal. He floated in the air like an immortal. However, his spirit chi surged wildly, as if he was possessed by a death god. The huge fireball was getting faster and faster. Seeing that it was about to hit him, Lu Yi knew that if he didn't have a countermeasure, he would die here with Hoopa. Taking a deep breath, he sheathed his long saber and raised his hands in front of him. As he pushed his spirit chi, a spirit inscription immediately appeared in front of him. This was clearly not enough. The defensive spirit rune could barely block the small fireball from before, let alone such a huge fireball. However, as Lu Ye's spirit power poured in crazily, the palm-sized defensive spirit rune suddenly expanded and became the size of a table in an extremely short period of time. On top of the spirit tattoos, complicated patterns flowed and wriggled, radiating light. At this moment, Lu Yi felt that his body had been hollowed out. Although he didn't have time to take a closer look, this spirit pattern had definitely consumed at least 30% of his spirit energy. In other words, he could only activate 3 such spiritual tattoos at most before exhausting all of his spiritual power. He had never activated spiritual tattoos like this before. In the past, whether it was activating sharpness or defense, it only took an instant. However, there was a commonality between spiritual tattoos. As long as there was enough spiritual energy to maintain it, it would continue. In principle, the reason why spirit-gathering spirit tattoos could be preserved was because they were born with the effect of gathering spirit chi of heaven and earth. The gathered spirit chi could maintain its existence. The huge fireball arrived and collided with the defensive spirit tattoo. When it collided, an irresistible force was transmitted. Hoopa's body was pressed down, and he almost knelt on the ground. The muscles on Lu Ye's arms bulged as if he was holding something heavy. A scorching aura rushed over. On the fireball, tongues of fire flickered, and the defensive spirit tattoo's luster quickly dimmed. Even with Lu Ye's continuous infusion of spirit chi, it could not last for more than a few breaths. However, what made Lu Yi feel slightly relieved was that he had blocked this attack. He immediately wanted to tilt the defensive spirit tattoo and push the fireball away. However, before he could do anything, Dong Shai, who was not far away, snorted coldly. "Fool!" He changed his hand seal. With a loud boom, flames swept out in all directions. A large part of the void became distorted, and the surrounding trees burned fiercely. Was he dead? Dong Shai's figure landed and coldly observed. Under normal circumstances, a third-order spirit stream realm cultivator would not be able to block one of his attacks. But the target he wanted to kill this time was obviously not an ordinary third-order cultivator. This guy was a disciple from a top force, and his attainments in spirit runes alone were enough to make one gasp in amazement. Rustling sounds came from the jungle and quickly disappeared. "He's not dead yet." Dong Shai's eyes twitched as his murderous intent intensified. Just as he was about to continue chasing, a message suddenly came from the battlefield mark. He wanted to ignore it, but he could not help but remember what Lu Yi had said before. His heart skipped a beat and he quickly checked. It was a message from Chao Yi. It was simple and clear, but it made his heart sink to the bottom. Wang Yang has led 600 cultivators from the profound sect to attack the station. Senior brother, return quickly. If Dong Shai had not caught up with Lu Yi, he would have rushed back immediately after seeing this message. However, Lu Yi was right under his nose, so how could he be willing to give up now? Therefore, he only made a slight decision and sent a message back. At the 9 Stars sect station, the sect defending array had been fully activated, and there were cultivators stationed at every strategic location, ready for battle. The profound sect suddenly came out in full force to attack. This was something that none of the 9 Stars sect disciples had expected. After all, a battle had just been declared, and had ended with the 9 Stars sect's defeat. Chao Yi could not figure out what Wang Yang was trying to do. However, it had already happened. As the cultivator with the highest cultivation in the station, Chao Yi was duty-bound to command the cultivators in the station to participate in the defense. However, he could not do it alone, so he immediately sent a message to Dong Shai. However, Dong Shai's reply made him feel helpless. It was only 3 simple words: hold on. At this moment, what else could he do but hold on? The sect defending array was fully activated, and a large number of spirit stones were burning, turning into defensive power that blocked the profound sect cultivators outside the station. Conservatively speaking, it would not be a problem to resist the attacks from the profound sect for a day or 2. Therefore, although the 9 Stars sect was besieged, the cultivators in the station did not panic, other than being a little nervous. King Wang Yang. Chao Yi cursed in his heart. He really did not know what was wrong with this guy. Just then, a disciple suddenly ran over in a panic and reported something. Chao Yi was shocked and hurried out of the main hall. He immediately saw a silhouette holding the hand of a woman in purple. They were hurrying towards him. Luo Ji! Chao Yi shouted. He jumped up and landed in front of the silhouette. He looked at him and then at the woman in purple behind him. What are you doing? Luo Ji frowned and said, I'm leaving. Leaving? Chao Yi did not understand. Where are you going at this time? Of course I'm leaving this place. Do you want me to wait for death? Luo Ji looked at him like he was an idiot. Chao Yi frowned, not understanding what Luo Ji meant. He stopped him and said, You can leave if you want, but why are you taking Zi with you? Luo Ji said, From now on, Zi is no longer a disciple of the 9 Stars sect. Chapter 91. Chao Yi was really angry. If Zi isn't a disciple of 9 Stars sect, could she be from your boundless island? His sect had been attacked by the profound sect, and Chao Yi was already badly battered. But Luo Ji suddenly making such a fuss really angered him. If it weren't for Luo Ji's extraordinary background, Chao Yi would have already taught him a lesson. Luo Ji said lightly, Yes, Zi has already agreed to follow me and has nothing to do with 9 Stars sect. Ridiculous. Chao Yi laughed in anger as he stared coldly at the woman in purple behind Luo Ji. The woman's face was expressionless as she stared up at the sky, as if this matter had nothing to do with her. She wasn't ignoring Chao Yi, nor was she trying to get rid of him. She was simply born this way. Although Chao Yi and this woman in purple were from the same sect and had known each other for several years, they had never spoken more than 3 sentences to each other. Because no matter what, she was always like this, ignoring everything he asked her. Chao Yi had always felt that his junior sister was a very strange person. She wasn't indifferent, but rather indifferent to everything in the world, as if nothing could arouse her interest. So when Luo Ji said that she had agreed to something, Chao Yi would never believe it. How could such a woman casually agree to something? Withdrawing his gaze, Chao Yi said coldly, Luo Ji, I've tolerated you because you are a disciple of Boundless Island, but don't make trouble again. Luo Ji sighed and said, Why can't we talk it through? He suddenly took a step forward until he was almost face to face with Chao Yi. He looked directly into Chao Yi's eyes. I am going to take Zi away now. Do you dare to object? Chao Yi was furious, wondering if this guy was trying to bully others. Although Luo Ji was only a second-order cultivator, behind him was Boundless Island. If he wanted to take Zi away by force, Chao Yi really couldn't stop him. He couldn't just beat Luo Ji up, right? If he did, Boundless Island would definitely not let this matter go. Chao Yi could take Zi away, but Luo Ji would definitely not sit back and do nothing. If things got out of hand, both of them would lose face. Thinking so, Chao Yi said, "You can leave, but Zi can't. If you insist on doing so, then you can only take away a cripple." As he spoke, Chao Yi raised his right hand and a red battlefield seal appeared. He looked at Luo Ji and said, "Don't forget, I am the deputy guardian of the sect. If Zi dares to betray the sect, I can ask the heavens to destroy her cultivation." Luo Ji was indifferent. "You can try. Don't force me." Chao Yi gritted his teeth. Scram! Luo Ji pushed Chao Ye's shoulder, trying to push him away, but he was just a second-order law cultivator. How could he shake Chao Yi, a sixth-order body cultivator? This push was very solid, but the other party's figure did not move at all. Luo Ji did not linger. He led Zi around Chao Yi and headed for the main hall. "Zi, it's not too late to turn back." Chao Yi turned around and looked at his junior sister, who was following behind Luo Ji, preparing to give her one last chance. The other party was still looking up at the sky, turning a deaf ear to his words. But Chao Yi knew that she had heard him. Chao Yi sighed and shouted, "Nine-star Sex Lanzi has disregarded the sect's rules and is greedy for vanity, intending to betray the sect. Disciple Chao Yi respectfully requests the heavens to destroy her cultivation." Finished speaking, he looked at his junior sister, who was walking forward with a pained expression. Although this junior sister was a bit cold, she was still from the same sect as him. If it were not for the current situation, he would not have taken such drastic measures. However, at this moment, the profound sect was attacking the sex station, so he did not have time to worry about this. What's more, he wanted to let everyone know the consequences of betraying the sect at this time. Luo Ji pulled Lan Zi forward and soon entered the main hall. Chao Ye's face changed as he suddenly realized something. The seal has changed. Logically speaking, it was a fact that Lan Zi had betrayed the sect. If he, as the vice guardian of the encampment, respectfully invited Tianji, he would definitely be able to cripple her cultivation. However, Tianji actually had no reaction at all. This was practically impossible, unless Lan Zi was no longer a 9-star sect disciple and was no longer under the sect's control. Only by changing the battlefield seal could she be rid of her identity as a 9-star sect disciple. However, changing the battlefield seal required a huge amount of merit points. It was not something an ordinary spirit stream stage cultivator could afford. In a flash, Chao Yi figured out many things. He was wondering why Luo Ji would suddenly come to the 9 stars sex territory to train. Coming from a top force like Boundless Island, he would be welcomed anywhere. It turned out that this guy had come prepared. From the beginning to the end, his target had been Lan Zi. But why would he pay such a high price for Lan Zi? Previously, Chao Yi thought that Luo Ji was lusting after Lan Zi's beauty. But now, it seemed that this was not the case. How could someone like Luo Ji be tempted by beauty? Wait! Chao Yi shouted angrily. He rushed into the main hall and saw Luo Ji with Lan Zi. They each placed their hands on the Heaven's Fate Pillars. The Heaven's Fate Pillars were already shining brightly, gradually enveloping their bodies. "You can't leave like this." Chao Yi raised his hand to stop them. Luo Ji pointed at him with his chin. "I advise you to leave this place quickly. Otherwise, you will be in big trouble." "What?" Chao Yi was shocked. Boom! The ground shook, and Chao Yi could not stand firmly. He turned his head and saw a graceful figure floating in the air outside the sect's protective spell. It was the B*TCH from the Celestial Sect. At this moment, the 9 colorful spirit energy dragons before the bitch were entangled with one another. Their bodies spun and turned into a violent attack. It was like a drill that was smashing into the 9 stars sect protection formation. What is this? Even with Chao Ye's vast knowledge and experience, he couldn't recognize what kind of spell technique this was. However, What he could be sure of was that with the cultivation level of that B** to H, there was no way that she could unleash such a spell technique. The might of her attack was already on par with that of a Cloud River tier cultivator. This was the power of a spiritual talisman that flowed out from the core circle. To obtain such a spiritual talisman, it must have cost a lot of merit points. Where did she get it? Was it Wang Yang? But Wang Yang had never been to the core circle. How could he have obtained such a spiritual talisman? Qiao Yi did not have time to think about it anymore. Under the constant impact of the 9 dragons, the 9 stars sect's protective spell was on the verge of collapse. It would not be long before it was broken. When that time came, the entire 9 stars sect's encampment would be in danger. Qiao Yi smiled bitterly and staggered. No wonder Luo Ji ran so fast. He obviously saw the signs of the other party activating the spiritual talisman. This level of spiritual talisman was activated by a 6th order cultivator and required a long time to prepare. Luo Ji came from Boundless Island and was more knowledgeable than Qiao Yi. Naturally, he recognized the spiritual talisman. Chapter 92. 9 Stars Sect had been defeated, thoroughly defeated. The only one who could fight against Wang Yang was Dong Shai, but he had gone out to chase after Tiger Crossing. Once the sect's spirit array was broken, no one could stop Wang Yang's slaughter. Qiao Yi faintly sensed that there was a conspiracy behind this, but there was no way for him to think too much about it. Pushing his spirit chi, he shouted, "Everyone prepare to evacuate!" The disciples who were stationed at various strategic locations to assist in the defense were already in a state of panic. Upon hearing Qiao Ye's shout, they immediately rushed in the direction of the main hall. This was where the Jiuxing sect's Tianji pillar was located. With the help of the Tianji pillar, they could return to the Jiuzhou continent. Crack! The sound of the defensive formation shattering could be heard, and a large patch of fluorescent light dispersed from the outskirts of the Jiuxing sect's encampment like fireflies filling the sky. Xia Zhu's body that was suspended in the air fell weakly to the ground. Wang Yang was already prepared, and he scooped her up and held her in his arms. With his other hand, he pulled out the long sword at his waist and pointed it forward. Kill! In the jungle, Lu Yi was fleeing in a sorry state, his arms bloody and even his chest charred. Dong Shai's 7th order cultivation was not something he could fight against. If not for his spirit rune, he would have died when the other party used his first spirit technique. Lu Yi originally thought that escaping into the mountains would increase his chances of survival, but in fact, the dense forest could not hide his figure. Dong Shai chased after him like a maggot in a tarsal bone, casting one spell after another. The trees that were as thick as several people hugging their arms around fell one after another. He had separated from Hu Pa, and when he was hit by Dong Shai's second attack, he was knocked off the tiger's back by the powerful impact, which was why his chest was charred. Lu Yi did not know how serious Hu Po's injuries were, but they were definitely not light, because when Hu Pa fell, the ground under him was quickly dyed red with blood. Lu Yi didn't even have the time to check on Hu Po's injuries. He felt that he wouldn't be able to escape this time, so he made a prompt decision to split up with Hu Pa. If they continued to stay together, even Hu Pa would die. If he was destined to die, Hu Pa would at least be able to survive. Fortunately, Dong Shai did not continue to glide in the sky, because the trees here were very tall and the canopy was extremely dense. If he flew into the sky, it would be very easy for him to lose sight of Lu Yi. Even so, with his 7th order cultivation, his speed was not something Lu Yi could escape from. With only 30% of his spiritual power left, he could only activate the defensive spiritual rune, which could barely block Dong Shai's attack once more. There was no chance. Lu Yi raised his bloody right hand and grasped the long knife at his waist. Although this life was a little short and not exciting enough, even if he died, he still had to face the enemy. Lu Yi didn't pay much attention to it at first. but after figuring out the source of the sound, he immediately turned around and rushed in that direction. Dong Shai, who was chasing from behind, saw Lu Ye's figure from afar, and his eyes spewed flames of anger. He really didn't expect that he would not be able to capture a third-order brat after spending so much time chasing after him. This was a little difficult for him to accept, and only served to further strengthen his determination to kill Lu Yi. Seeing Lu Yi change direction and hearing the rumbling sound, how could Dong Shai not know what Lu Yi was up to? Boy, you can't run away. Obediently accept your death, and you'll be spared from physical pain. Dong Shai shouted angrily as he pushed his spiritual energy and soared into the sky. Up in the air, Lu Yi caught sight of an enormous waterfall. Beneath the blazing sun, the splashes of water formed a rainbow-colored light. Within the rainbow-colored light, Lu Yi leaped into the air, heading down the waterfall. "Where do you think you're going?" Dong Shai shouted, hurriedly sending out a golden arc slash towards Lu Yi. The golden arc slash displayed by a 7th order cultivator was much more powerful than the one displayed by Luo Ji, a 2nd order cultivator. The golden arc slash was almost a meter long. The crescent-shaped slash broke through the air, but because both sides were moving quickly, the slash missed its target and cut through Lu Ye's back. Lu Ye's body protecting spirit chi was like paper as blood splattered everywhere, causing his face to twitch in pain. At that moment, he didn't even have time to urge his defensive spirit rune. If he had been hit by the golden arc slash, his torso would have been cut in half. His body fell rapidly downwards, and a moment later, crashed into the pool below. Lu Yi immediately dove down, trying to conceal himself. At the same time, Dong Shai's figure floated down from above the waterfall and hovered above the pool, sending out a golden arc slash towards the spot where Lu Yi had fallen. Compared to other spirit arts, the penetrative power of the golden arc slash was undoubtedly stronger. Although it could be blocked by the current, there was no better way at this time unless Dong Shai was willing to dive into the water to search for traces of Lu Yi. As the golden arc slash descended, the water surface was cut open and thick blood poured out of the water along with some pieces of internal organs. Seeing this scene, Dong Shai hurriedly checked his battlefield mark. 10 merit points had been deducted. This made Dong Shai's heart ache. The Spirit Stream battlefield was a very strange place. There seemed to be a mysterious force that controlled the merit points of cultivators. If one killed an enemy above their realm, the merit points would be doubled, but if one killed an enemy 3 minor realms lower in cultivation, a large amount of merit points would be deducted. This mysterious force seemed to encourage cultivators to fight above their realm, and it would also punish those who bullied the weak. This was also the reason why there were not many strong cultivators in the outer circle of the battlefield. Contribution points were very useful to any cultivator. In order to obtain contribution points, one must first kill an enemy with a cultivation base that was not too far off from the cultivators. There weren't many places where 6th or 7th order cultivators could benefit from in the outer ring. Although they wouldn't completely leave the outer ring, they would still choose to stay relatively close to the inner ring to gain experience. Dong Shai was a 7th order cultivator, so killing a 4th order cultivator would give him merit points. But if he killed a 3rd order cultivator, 10 merit points would be deducted. And if he killed a 2nd order cultivator, 20 merit points would be deducted. 10 merit points wasn't much, but it wasn't little either. For Dong Shai, killing a cultivator of the same realm only gave him 7 merit points. If it weren't for the orders from the Sex Elders, he wouldn't have personally chased after Lu Yi. Fortunately, everything was over. He looked at his battlefield mark again. When he checked his merit points just now, he found that someone had sent him a message. When he saw the content of the message, his face changed drastically. Chapter 93. Dong Shai originally wanted to search for Lu Ye's corpse, but the information in the battlefield mark had thrown his mind into chaos. How could he care about Lu Yi? Chao Yi sent another message. It was just 3 simple words. Danger, return quickly. He had received Chao Ye's message before and knew that Xian sect cultivators had come to attack Zhouxing's sect station. But he did not panic because attacking a sect station was not a simple matter. According to his estimation, even if Xian sect sent out all their forces, the great array of their station could last for a day or two, which was enough time for him to kill Lu Yi and rush back. But Chao Yi actually sent such a message in such a short time, which showed that the situation in the station was extremely bad. He hurried back and at the same time sent a message to Chao Yi to ask about the situation, but there was no reply at all. Below the pool, Lu Yi was in a daze, his spirit qi almost dried up, and there was a large amount of blood around him, as well as some broken limbs and pieces of flesh. After entering the water, he found that there was someone under the water, and from the looks of it, that person seemed to be collecting something under the water. When they saw each other, they were both startled. Lu Yi did not have the time to explain anything to this person. After stabilizing himself at the bottom of the water, he immediately activated the defensive spirit rune above his head. Then, a golden arc broke through the water and attacked. The strange cultivator didn't even make a sound before he was cut into pieces. It could be said that he had suffered an unexpected disaster. The defensive spirit pattern above Lu Ye's head also shattered after blocking a slash. Fortunately, the remaining golden arcs didn't hit him. The attack soon stopped, but he did not dare to poke his head out because he could not determine Dong Shai's movements. Enduring the exhaustion and pain all over his body, he dived underwater for dozens of breaths until he could no longer hold his breath. Only then did he emerge from the water in a sorry state. He only took a deep breath and quickly dived again, continuing to move forward under the water with great difficulty. After doing this several times, Lu Yi was exhausted, but to his relief, Dong Shai did not seem to attack him again. A quarter of an hour later, when Lu Yi emerged from the water again, a strong force suddenly came from behind him. He had been hit by something. His back was already injured, and his condition was extremely bad, so this hit almost made him faint. Lu Yi instinctively thought that Dong Shai had come to kill him again. He drew the long saber from his waist and slashed back. There was no one there, only a piece of dead wood that had been cut into two by him. It was this piece of dead wood that had collided with him. He looked around and could no longer see Dong Shai's figure. Lu Yi held the saber in his hand in a daze. Where is this guy? A dignified 7th Order cultivator had chased after him and forced him into a dead end. There was no reason for him to just give up like this, but after searching for a long time, he still didn't see Dong Shai. He was sure that this guy had really left. He quickly realized something. Previously, a cultivator had been killed by Dong Shai at the bottom of the pool. Did that guy think that he had already succeeded? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this possibility was not small. Furthermore, the Celestial Sect of Wonders was already attacking the Zhouxing sect space. Dong Shai probably did not have the mood to carefully investigate the situation underwater. After confirming that he had killed one person, he hurriedly left. Was that why he was able to escape? After sorting out his thoughts, Lu Yi relaxed. Endless exhaustion and pain swept over him, and his body couldn't help but sink into the water. He hurriedly raised his hand and grabbed the piece of deadwood, struggling to float up. His consciousness was hazy and he could faint at any time. However, Lu Yi knew that if he fainted at this time, it would be very difficult for him to wake up. He was seriously injured this time. His right hand trembled as he took out a jade bottle from the storage pouch at his waist. He opened the bottle and poured all of the healing pills into his mouth, chewing and swallowing them down without caring how many healing pills were in the bottle. He wanted to switch his secret art to the gluttonous feast to speed up the absorption of pill energy, but the spirit chi in his body was almost exhausted. His spirit acupoints had dried up, and his golden cicada carefree secret art had stopped circulating. How could he spare any energy to switch secret arts? He could only use all his strength to tie a knot on the deadwood. Don't drown to death. That would be a joke. As this last thought emerged, Lu Ye's vision was shrouded in darkness, and he completely lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, Lu Yi found himself lying face down on a bed. After a short moment of absent-mindedness, an indescribable pain swept over him. What surprised him was that there was a person sitting next to him. A faint fragrance lingered on the tip of his nose, and from the corner of his eyes, he could see that the person sitting next to him was a woman. Not only did he feel pain on his back, but he also felt a burst of numbness. In addition, there was a slight fluctuation of spirit chi and a constantly flickering dark green radiance. Was I saved by someone? He remembered that before he lost consciousness, he used his clothes to tie the deadwood. After that, he should have drifted with the flow, but now he appeared in such a place. It was obvious that someone had saved him. He didn't make any sound, because he didn't know who had saved him. He only quietly sensed his own condition. It was very bad. His spirit chi hadn't recovered, and his injuries were serious. Not only was there a deep cut on his back, but his chest and hands were also burned. This kind of injury would be fatal to an ordinary person, but he was a cultivator now, so he could still hold on for a while. Moreover, he had taken a bottle of healing pills before he fainted, so the healing pills must have played a role. But the situation still wasn't optimistic. Your breathing has changed. A pleasant voice suddenly entered his ears. It was very gentle. It's normal to be vigilant toward strangers, but if I wanted to kill you, you would have died long ago. Lu Yi couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. For a moment, he was speechless, not knowing what to say. A small, white hand suddenly stretched out in front of him. The woman said, "Although I saved you, I still want to confirm which side you belong to." As she spoke, a light blue radiance appeared on the back of the small hand. She was actively revealing which side she belonged to. This made Lu Ye's heart relax. He slightly circulated the remaining spirit chi in his body, and a light blue radiance appeared on the back of his hand. "Then I didn't save the wrong person," the woman said in a gentle voice. But Lu Yi was sure that if he hadn't revealed the glow of his battlefield imprint, or if the light he revealed was red, the woman would have killed him. In the spirit stream battlefield, the difference in sides was a reason to kill. There was no room for sympathy or mercy. The itchiness on his back became more obvious, and the dark green radiance flickered more frequently. After a while, the spirit chi fluctuations on his back stopped. Then, the woman smeared something on his wound, causing Lu Yi to sweat profusely from the pain. After smearing it, she stuck something on Lu Ye's back. Lu Yi couldn't see it, but he guessed it was something like a plaster. After doing this, the woman stood up and said, "You're seriously injured. Don't move around for now. It'll affect your recovery." "Thank you," the woman said. "Ling Yu found you and brought you back." Then she walked away. It was only now that Lu Yi saw the woman's side profile. He didn't know if it was because he had received a favor from someone, but he felt that this woman was as beautiful as a fairy. Her chest was full, and her hands were placed in front of her stomach. Her steps were dignified. Chapter 94. Lu Yi didn't wake up for long before he fell back into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, he found that there was a chair in front of him, and a young girl was sitting on it. The girl's head was drooping, as if she was too sleepy and dozing off. The room was filled with a strong smell of blood, as well as some indescribable herbal smell. Although he had crawled for a long time, Lu Yi didn't feel suffocated. Even the burns on his chest didn't hurt too much, which made him feel strange. After careful examination, he found that the bedboard on his chest had been artificially hollowed out. The person who placed him here was obviously a very careful person who took care of his injuries. He moved his body with difficulty, trying to get up, but he didn't have much strength at the moment. After struggling a few times, not only was he unable to get up, but he was also in so much pain that his forehead was sweating. The little movement woke the dozing girl up. She opened her eyes and stood up with a squeak. "You're awake." She walked to the bed and helped Lu Yi up. Although the girl was petite, she was still a cultivator, so she still had the strength to help him up. However, because Lu Ye's chest and back were injured, he could only sit upright on the bed. The girl brought out a bowl of dark green medicine from the side. Big Sister Hua Ci said that you should drink this bowl of medicine when you wake up. It will heal your injuries. Lu Yi didn't know who this Big Sister Hua Ci was, but he secretly guessed that it might be the plump woman he saw before. He reached out to take the medicine and said, "Thank you." He raised the bowl to his mouth, and a pungent smell immediately rushed up to his nose. Lu Yi frowned. This thing was so strong. However, good medicine was always bitter, so he took a big gulp. He wasn't worried that others would harm him. If they really wanted to harm him, they would have done it long ago. There was no need to go through all this trouble. The next moment, his face became full of expressions. Not only was this thing addictive, it was also deadly. Lu Yi considered himself to be someone with some tolerance, but this mouthful almost made him faint again. It was really too bitter, and Lu Yi wondered if he had drunk the bile of some unknown creature. The girl seemed to have expected this. She looked at him with bright eyes and said anxiously, "Sister Hai said that you have to drink it clean. If you don't drink it clean, she will be angry. An angry Sister Hua Ci is so scary." There was no need for her to say anything. Lu Yi only paused for a moment before she drank the entire bowl of medicinal concoction. The girl took the bowl, took out a grayish-brown object from her inventory bag, and gave it to Lu Yi. "Put it on your mouth." Lu Yi took it curiously and tossed it into her mouth. She raised her eyebrows. This thing tasted like malt candy. Only then did he have the time to look around. He was in a building that looked like a bamboo building. It was not very big, and the layout of the house was very simple. He did not know where he was. While he was observing his surroundings, the young girl was packing up her things as she said, "My name is Lingyu. How should I address you, senior brother?" "One leaf," Lu Yi replied casually. Suddenly, she came back to her senses and vaguely felt that she had heard this name somewhere before. After thinking for a moment, she suddenly asked, "Was it you who saved me?" That woman told him before that it was Lingyu who saved him. If he was not mistaken, it should be this young girl in front of him. "I only brought you back. It was Sister Hua Ci who saved you." Lingyu smiled. "You floated over from the river. I thought you were dead. I wanted to search your corpse, but I found you were still alive, so I brought you back." Her words were interesting. Lu Yi could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. "No matter what, thank you. It's nothing. We were all saved by Sister Hua Ci." Ling Yu smiled at Lu Yi. The little girl's face had some baby fat, and her skin was white and tender. When she smiled, there was a dimple on her left cheek. She looked very cute. She had already packed up her things. "Have a good rest. Sister Hua Ci has something to do. She will come back at night to check on your injuries. If you need anything, just shout. I live next door." Lu Yi nodded lightly. Ling Yu pushed the door open and left. She closed the door before she left. "I met some kind people." Lu Yi was secretly glad that he was lucky. However, in the end, it was because they all belonged to the Haotian Alliance. If he met a group of people from the Myriad Demons Ridge, he was afraid that they would really search his corpse. He silently remembered this kindness. His spirit Tuolong saber was still there. It was brought back together and placed beside the bed. There were also a few storage pouches placed neatly at the head of the bed. Although they met by chance, the other party's character was really good to be able to do this. Although he was lucky to survive, he was afraid that he would need some time to recuperate from his injuries. He was really beaten up miserably by Dong Shai. The most important thing now was to recover some spiritual power. No matter what, a cultivator with spiritual power would have the power to protect himself. He raised his hand with difficulty and took out his storage pouch. He took out a bottle of Yun's spirit pills and consumed one, silently refining it. After refining 2 Yun spirit pills, He finally got the gluttonous meal to work again. This way, the efficiency of his recovery would be greatly increased. He took out another healing pill and swallowed it. Then he began to construct the spirit gathering pattern in his spiritual cavities. After busying himself, he was covered in sweat. The sky outside was getting dark. Lu Yi, who was recovering, heard the sound of the door being pushed open next door. Then he heard Ling Yu's clear voice. "Sister Hua, you're back." The gentle voice that he had heard before sounded. Then the two women whispered something to each other for a while. Outside the bamboo house, the woman called Hua Ci talked with Ling Yu for a while. Then she raised her head and looked at Lu Ye's room. She faintly felt that with Lu Ye's room as the center, the world's spiritual energy from all directions was gathering there. Although it wasn't obvious, she could still see it if she looked carefully. She was slightly surprised. The talent of this young man picked up by Ling Yu seemed to be quite high. However, she didn't know that Lu Yi could gather the world's spiritual energy like this mainly because of the spirit gathering pattern. As for his true talent, it was just a sad story. "Go and rest." Hua Ci patted Ling Yu's little head. Ling Yu smiled and said, "Do you need my help?" "No need." "Then I'll go and rest." After the two women said goodbye, Hua Ci walked toward Lu Ye's bamboo house. She came to the door and gently knocked before pushing the door open and entering. Lu Yi had stopped cultivating and even dispersed the spirit gathering pattern. He had noticed a problem before. Once he activated the spirit gathering pattern, the world's spiritual energy would show signs of gathering. It wasn't a big deal if such signs appeared during cultivation, but if others saw it when he wasn't cultivating, it would be hard to explain. Looking at the woman who pushed the door open and entered, Lu Ye's eyes lit up. Yesterday, he could only vaguely see the side of her face. Today, he could finally see her face. It was a beauty. She was wearing a tight, white dress with blue patterns that accentuated her voluptuous figure, accentuating her exquisite curves. Chapter 95. How do you feel? Hua Ci walked to Lu Ye's bedside and stood still. Her body fragrance made one feel relaxed and happy. Lu Yi replied, "Much better." "Let me take a look." Hua Ci's plump buttocks were crooked. She sat beside Lu Ye's bed and lifted his sleeve to check the injury on his arm. Then she raised her hand to lift his lapel and looked at his chest. She nodded and said, "It's fine." As she spoke, she took out some things from her storage bag and placed them beside the bed. She then instructed Lu Yi, "Take off your shirt." Lu Ye's shirt had long been tattered and covered in blood. He had been busy recovering before and didn't have time to change it. Now he obediently took off his shirt. Hua Ci fiddled with the things she took out and said, "Your arms and chest are badly burned. It's not convenient to bandage them. For the time being, use medicine for a few days." "Okay," Lu Yi responded. "Give me your hands," Hua Ci said. Lu Yi stretched out his hands, revealing his arms covered in dark green medicine. This should have been applied yesterday when he was still unconscious. Hua Ci used some unknown method to clean Lu Ye's arm before continuing to apply the emerald green medicine on it. After applying the medicine to his arms, she moved on to his chest. The injury on his back was a cut, so it wasn't treated this way. Lu Yi remembered that Hua Ci had applied some kind of ointment on his back yesterday. Today he felt unbearably itchy all day. When she was treating the wound on his back, Hua Ci asked Lu Yi to turn around and said, "Bear with it." Before Lu Yi had time to react, he heard a tearing sound on his back. It seemed that the plaster he had applied yesterday had been torn off. Intense pain came from the wound, causing him to tremble all over and break out in a cold sweat. This woman, called Hua Ci, was truly a woman who spoke the softest of words and used the most ruthless of methods. The dark green light began to flicker, and there was a fluctuation of spiritual power. Lu Yi turned his head in surprise and vaguely caught a glimpse of something. He suddenly realized. Senior Marshall's sister is a medical cultivator? Dai Hai from the Vitality sect had told him before that the cultivators were divided into 6 categories. They were the body cultivators who focused on cultivating the fleshly body, the weapon cultivators who focused on close combat, the Dharma cultivators who studied spells, the medical cultivators who practiced medicine and helped the world, the ghost cultivators who communicated with the netherworld, and the external cultivators who were proficient in alchemy, drawing talismans, setting up formations, crafting tools, and all sorts of other things. Because a cultivator's cultivation base was very low at the beginning of their cultivation, they were mostly weapon cultivators. When one's cultivation base was not high enough, having a weapon in hand would undoubtedly give them a greater ability to protect themselves, and it would also make it easier for them to move around the spirit stream battlefield. However, during this period, the cultivators would make some preparations according to their own habits and preferences. When their cultivation was high enough, they could determine their own faction. The cultivators he had seen in the Heaven-Splitting Gorge before were basically all armament cultivators. Only Luo Ji had laid the foundation of a Dharma cultivator with a second-order cultivation. This was also because he came from a top sect, so he had the foundation and capital to do so. That Dong Shu Yi was also a Dao cultivator, but he was a 7th-order spirit stream realm cultivator. Until now, Lu Yi had met another cultivator who had determined their own faction, and it was also a medical cultivator. No wonder she was able to treat him. And Hua Xiai responded casually, "Why? Do you have a grudge with a medical cultivator?" Lu Yi hurriedly said, "No, I have a grudge with a Dharma cultivator." He secretly swore in his heart that in the future, if he encountered a Dharma cultivator who was not pleasing to the eye, he would kill them first. Hua Xiai pursed her lips and smiled. "I see." The injuries on Lu Ye's body were obviously caused by a powerful spirit technique. As a medical cultivator who treated and saved people, Hua Xiai still had a discerning eye. Under the constant urging of Hua Xi's spirit chi, Lu Yi clearly felt the pain on his back diminish, and finally it became itchy. After she stopped, she stuck a plaster on Lu Ye's back. Next, she began to treat the wounds on Lu Ye's chest and arms. This time, Lu Yi could clearly see that Hua Xi's hands were floating above his wounds. Her palms were covered in a dark green light, and under the nourishment of Hua Xi's wood-type spiritual energy, his wounds were slowly recovering. This kind of healing method was quite magical. This senior martial sister was bubbling with beauty, a good figure and pleasant to the ears. This kind of healing was naturally not boring. After a while, Hua Xiai stopped and stood up, saying, "All right, today's healing is done." She extended a hand in front of Lu Yi, 10 spirit stones. Lu Yi looked up at her with a puzzled expression. "And?" Hua Xiai smiled. "Each healing session costs 5 spirit stones. You were too tired yesterday, so I didn't tell you. Including today's session, it's a total of 10 spirit stones. There's a fee." Lu Yi was stunned. Hua Xiai said, "The herbs I gave you to drink have to be bought, and the spirit pills and spirit stones I used to recover my spirit chi. So, of course, there's a fee." Lu Yi was speechless. "You're a disciple from a large sect. You won't go back on your word, right?" Hua Xi's hand was still stretched out in front of Lu Yi, firm and persistent. "Of course not." Lu Yi didn't know how she could tell that he was a disciple from a large sect, but what she said was not without reason. They were neither relatives nor friends, and since she was willing to spend time and effort to heal him, he should do something in return. Being able to meet a medical cultivator here would undoubtedly save him a lot of time to recover, so it was still a profit for him. "I don't have any spirit stones, but are spirit pills okay?" Lu Yi asked. "Of course." Hua Xiai nodded. Lu Yi took out a bottle of 10 spirit pills and handed it to Hua Xiai. "Thank you for your patronage." Hua Si accepted the spirit pills and smiled even more happily. Lu Yi was afraid that she would say he was welcome to come again. Then you should rest well. Hua Si reminded him, I'll come back tomorrow to heal you. Before she pushed the door open and left, she turned back and said, If you can supplement it with healing pills, you should be able to recover faster. Got it. Lu Yi nodded. Over the next few days, Lu Yi was bedridden. During the day, the little girl called Ling Yu would come to give him that bitter and deadly medicine. And at night, Hua Si would cast a spell to heal Lu Yi. Ling Yu's full name was Wan Ling Yu, and she was a lively little girl. She was also a little sociable. After chatting with her a few times, Lu Yi learned that this was the site of a sect. No one knew what sect this place originally belonged to. It had been attacked decades ago, and the entire sect had been destroyed. Although the Tianji Pillar still remained, the Tianji Pillar was no longer able to perform its original function. This made Lu Yi involuntarily recall the scene where the sect leader had sent him to the Spirit Stream battlefield in the wilderness. That place seemed to be the site of a sect as well, regardless of whether it was in the 9 states or the Spirit Stream battlefield. There were many such sites. When a new sect appeared, they could choose these sites as their base because of the Tianji Pillar that had been left behind. However, there were also many sites that no one chose, and these sites became places where rogue cultivators gathered. Although the buildings in these sites had been in disrepair for many years, there were still many places that provided shelter from the wind and rain. Moreover, the locations were quite good, so it was natural that some homeless rogue cultivators would come. Chapter 96. Rogue cultivators had no foundation, no elders, and no sect to protect them. Once they entered the Spirit Stream battlefield, they would face danger at every step. So many rogue cultivators would form small groups. The emerging sects in the 9 regions were basically all slowly developed from such small groups. With Hua Si as the core, more than a dozen rogue cultivators had gathered here, forming a small group called the Rogue Society. Wan Lingyu was a little girl who didn't know much about the world, so Lu Yi only needed to ask around to understand the general strength of the rogue cultivators in the Rogue Society. Hua Si's cultivation was the highest at the 5th order. Below her were 2 4th order cultivators, and the rest were basically 2nd or 3rd order cultivators. There were only 11 people in total. However, because Lu Yi had been healing in his room recently, other than Hua Si and Wan Lingyu, he only saw 1 other 4th order cultivator. Such small groups could be said to be countless in the Spirit Stream battlefield. Compared to a real sect, they naturally couldn't be compared. Lu Yi had participated in the declaration of war between the Profound Sect and the 9 Star Sect. Although the 2 sects were only 8th or 9th order cultivators, the total number of people dispatched by both sides was more than 1,000. If the Rogue Society were to join in, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Over the past few days, Lu Ye's spirit energy had recovered, and he had even begun to cultivate. Now that he was at the 3rd order Spirit Stream realm, he had 30 opened apertures. If he wanted to open 1 aperture, he would need to consume at least 15 spirit accumulation pills. However, with the help of the Spirit Gathering Spirit Tattoo, this consumption was less. When he came out of the Heavens Splitting Gorge, he had almost 350 spirit pills. He thought that it would be enough for him to cultivate to the 4th order Spirit Stream realm. But now it seemed that it wasn't enough. The main reason was that he had to pay Hua Si 5 spirit pills every day as medical expenses. His injuries wouldn't heal without a month of rest. And this was under Hua Si's careful care. Without her treatment methods, the recovery time would only be longer. During this time, he used the 10,000-meter map to check his location and found that he was about 100 kilometers away from the waterfall. In other words, he had drifted down this far after he fainted. Yi and Hoopa had been separated from him before, so he wanted to look for them. At that time, Hoopa was injured, so Lu Yi didn't even have time to check on his injuries. Fortunately, Dong Shuye's target was only him and didn't pay attention to Hoopa. As long as Hoopa didn't die at that time, with Yi by his side, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Recuperate, then go look for Hoopa. This was Lu Ye's plan. Under the night sky, Lu Yi was bare-chested as he swung his saber in the open space in front of the bamboo house. A few days ago, his saber practice had been delayed because of his injuries. Today, he was finally better, so Lu Yi was somewhat impatient. Ruan Lingyu rested her chin on her hands as she watched quietly from the window of the bamboo building. She couldn't figure out what was so good about this fight. He was clearly injured, but instead of lying down, he had to come out and cause trouble. However, she couldn't persuade him, so she could only let nature take its course. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she raised her hand to greet her. Sister Hua Si. Not far away, Hua Si's figure appeared, followed by a burly man. This man was none other than the one Lu Yi had met before, a fourth-order cultivator named Kong Niu. According to Ruan Lingyu, the reason why Hua Si left early and returned late every day was that she had to go to the nearby market to treat the injuries of rogue cultivators and earn cultivation resources. The fights between rogue cultivators were very fierce, so they were often injured. If their injuries weren't serious, they could recover by taking healing pills. However, if their injuries were too serious, they would have to find a medical cultivator to treat them. Otherwise, there would be hidden dangers. However, they didn't have a sect to rely on, so finding a medical cultivator who was also a rogue cultivator was undoubtedly their only choice. In this way, Hua Si had a business to do. This was perhaps the biggest benefit of becoming a medical cultivator. They often didn't need to fight to get enough cultivation resources. Under the moonlight, Hua Si strolled to a spot not far from Lu Yi. She turned back and told Kong Niu to rest first before Kong Niu left. In a small group like the Wandering Society, Hua Si was undoubtedly respected and loved by everyone. Her orders were obeyed by everyone. Ruan Lingyu had told Lu Yi that everyone was saved by Sister Hua Si. It wasn't an exaggeration, but a fact. Basically, everyone in this small group had been treated by Hua Si. It was she who had single-handedly pulled them back from the brink of death. These people were all indebted to Hua Si for saving their lives. After being saved, they were either impressed by her personal charm or chose to stay here for other reasons. Lu Yi put away his saber. Heat waves were rolling all over his body. Although blood was flowing out of his wounds, he felt very comfortable after moving his muscles and bones. Moreover, he didn't know if it was because he had experienced death at close range, but he felt that his saber skills seemed to have improved. However, he had to find someone to slash to confirm this. Hey, I thought I could earn more pills. How did you recover so quickly? A soft murmur came from Hua Si's side. Lu Yi couldn't help but twitch the corner of his eyes. What did you say? After a few days of contact, they were no longer as distant as before. Lu Yi gradually discovered the true colors of this beauty. This woman was a complete money grubber. After treating her wounds every day, she would ask Lu Yi for pills as if she was afraid that Lu Yi would go back on his word. Yesterday, she even promoted a more bitter medicine to Lu Yi. After drinking it, Lu Yi felt his face turn green. Moreover, the bitterness couldn't be suppressed no matter how hard he tried. In the end, she prepared another medicine for Lu Yi, claiming that it could relieve the pain. After drinking 2 large bowls of medicine, she asked for 4 pills. At that time, Lu Yi wondered if this woman was lying to him. However, judging from the recovery of his injuries today, she didn't lie to him. The medicine he drank yesterday was more effective than before. Hua Si revealed her unique, intoxicating smile. Her voice was still as soft as water and refreshing as ever. She lied through her teeth. I said your body recovered really quickly. Lu Yi tapped his ears with his finger, indicating that he wasn't deaf yet. Hua Si acted as if she didn't see him. She put her hands in front of her lower abdomen and said in a dignified and elegant manner, "In that case, we'll start the official treatment tonight." Official treatment? Lu Yi was stunned. Then before. Before was the preparation stage. Do you think your injuries will be healed so easily? Hua Xi's face was serious. A doctor has the heart of a parent. Don't worry, I'll treat you well. I guarantee that you won't be left with any hidden injuries. Lu Yi was confused. The only thought in his mind was, is this woman trying to trick me again? Go take a bath first. I'll get ready and come find you right away. Chapter 97. In the room, Lu Yi sat on the bed bare-chested. Hua Xi sat across from him and stroked his chest with her soft, jade-like hand. Your injury healed much faster than I expected. Why? Do you want to walk the path of body cultivation? Lu Yi was puzzled. Why do you say that? Your qi and blood are much more abundant than cultivators of the same level, so your injury healed faster. Don't cultivators need to walk the path of body cultivation when they temper their qi and blood in the early stage? No. Lu Yi shook his head. He had no interest in becoming a body cultivator. If there were no accidents, he would become a weapon cultivator in the future. It felt good to cut people with a saber. As for why Hua Xi said his qi and blood were more abundant than cultivators of the same level, Lu Yi vaguely guessed it had something to do with the fact that he ate a lot every day. Ever since he enlightened his acupores and started cultivating, his appetite had grown tremendously. Especially after he mastered the gluttonous meal, he ate even more. The more he ate, the more abundant his qi and blood were. However, he had been refining essence into qi, so there were not many changes in his body shape. If he only had abundant qi and blood, his body would have become more and more burly. It's best if you don't. There's nothing good about being a meat barbarian. In the words of the cultivation world, those people enjoy the best resources and suffer the most vicious beatings. Hua Xi laughed. Besides, your body shape is not suitable to be a body cultivator. Meat barbarian? That's what they call body cultivators. Interesting. Lu Yi smiled knowingly. Then what do others call medical cultivators? Hua Xi pondered for a moment. Do they usually cry for their parents? Lu Yi frowned. What kind of logic is that? A doctor has the heart of a parent. Ha! Hua Xi laughed beautifully. Lu Ye's face darkened. The image of a gentle and intellectual woman in his heart suddenly collapsed. He finally realized that Hua Xi's external appearance was just a facade. Only when he got familiar with her would he discover her true character. You've been touching my chest since just now. Are you trying to heal me? Lu Yi couldn't help but ask. Although the feeling of being touched was not bad, he couldn't keep doing this. After all, he was a young and vigorous man. No. Hua Xi retracted her hand. I was talking to you and forgot. She sat in front of Lu Yi and looked at him with a serious expression. It's starting now. There might be some discomfort later, so bear with it and don't make any strange sounds. The soundproofing here isn't very good, so it's easy to cause misunderstandings. Lu Yi simply didn't know how to respond to her words, nor did she have the time to respond. After Hua Xi finished speaking, she suddenly pointed a finger at Lu Ye's chest, spiritual energy surging from her fingertips. Lu Yi let out a muffled groan. Not only did he feel pain where he was hit, but there was also an indescribable feeling that made him almost want to cry out. The corners of Hua Xi's mouth curled up into a smile as she pointed again and again. Lu Ye's face began to twitch as he kept groaning. When cultivators fight with others, they will often get injured. Although there are different ways to treat them, they will often leave behind some hidden dangers. These injuries aren't usually obvious, but they're hidden deep in the body's internal organs. Although there isn't any fatal danger, if they accumulate too much, they can affect the body or the spiritual cavities, hindering future cultivation. Ordinary sword wounds are relatively easy to treat, but injuries caused by magic cultivators can't be removed with medicinal pills. You were injured by a fire element technique, so there's fire poison left in your body. Once this fire poison enters your spiritual cavities, it will be difficult for you to open them in the future. So if conditions permit, I suggest that you find a medical cultivator every once in a while to treat your body. This way, you can ensure that there are no hidden dangers. At this moment, Lu Yi was clenching his teeth. No matter what Hua Xiai said, he couldn't respond. He was afraid that if he opened his mouth, he would really make some strange sounds. He seriously suspected that this woman was doing it on purpose. Otherwise, she would have just told him this before. Why would she choose to do it now? After a while, Hua Xiai changed from tapping to patting. Her two small hands continuously patted Lu Ye's chest, and as she patted, pure with spiritual energy was patted into Lu Ye's chest. After the most difficult time passed, Lu Yi slowly relaxed. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Hua Xiai stopped. Lu Yi lowered his head and saw that his chest was badly mutilated. The wound on his chest was a burn, so it didn't heal that quickly. After being patted by Hua Xiai, the originally scabbed area split open and blood flowed out. It looked even more serious, but Lu Yi knew that this wasn't the case. The serious injury was only on the surface. Along with the blood flowing out, there was something else. It should be the fire poison that Hua Xiai mentioned. He took a deep breath and felt that his breathing had become a lot easier. His whole body even felt like it was transparent. Hua Xiai once again came forward and applied the dark green medicine on Lu Ye's chest, urging her spiritual energy to help Lu Yi heal his external wounds. After finishing this, she wrapped up his chest. Next, she treated his two arms. She used the same treatment method and the same process. Finally, it was the cut on his back. When everything was done, Hua Xiai was already drenched in sweat. She raised her hand to wipe the sweat on her forehead and stood beside Lu Ye's bed with a faint expression. What a pity. I'm afraid it won't take more than 10 days to heal. Hey! Lu Yi looked up at her. Hua Xiai covered her mouth and laughed. Oh no, why did I say what I was thinking? Then she said, but don't worry, you're my biggest guest. I'll definitely treat you well. She stretched out her hand. 10 spiritual pills. Lu Yi didn't say anything and took out 10 spiritual pills for her. Although today's treatment fee was double of the previous one, as the saying goes, you get what you pay for. He could feel that Hua Xi's method was indeed very helpful to his recovery. According to his original estimation, he would not be able to recover from his injuries without a month of rest. But now, it probably wouldn't take more than 10 days. Moreover, Hua Xiai really did put in a lot of effort today. At this moment, she was drenched in sweat and her face was a little pale. It was obvious that she had consumed a lot of energy. Straightforward. As expected of a rich family, you can do whatever you want. How enviable. Hua Xiai teased. Lu Yi was stunned for a moment before he realized that this girl was saying that he was rich and willful. If you don't want it, then give it back to me. Lu Yi raised his hand to grab her. Hua Xiai twisted her body and nimbly dodged. She chuckled and said, "Have a good rest." Then she walked away. "Close the door." Lu Yi yelled at her back as she left. There was no response. Lu Yi got off the bed in a huff and closed the door before walking back to his room. He secretly decided to leave this damned place as soon as he recovered. Otherwise, he would die of anger sooner or later. Chapter 98. Recuperating and cultivating, the days passed peacefully, consuming spirit pills one by one and with the help of the spirit gathering runes. Lu Ye's speed of opening his apertures was much faster than expected. If he went all out, it would take less than 2 days to open one aperture. This efficiency was very terrifying. The gluttonous meal, a supplementary cultivation method, was of great help to Lu Yi. Hua Xiai came every night as promised. Under her care, Lu Ye's injuries recovered rapidly. Occasionally they would chat. From her, Lu Yi unexpectedly learned a very interesting piece of information. The Jiuxing sect's base 200 miles away, had been conquered by the Xian sect. Communication between cultivators was very convenient because of the battlefield imprint. As long as they added each other as friends, as long as they were in the same space, they could easily communicate. The reason why this piece of news caused such a commotion was because the Jiuxing sect's grade was clearly higher. Conquering a sect's base was not a simple matter. Every sect's base was protected by a large array. Without breaking the array, it was impossible to conquer it. Even if one broke the array, they might not be able to get what they wanted. The cultivators guarding the base were not just for show. In the outer circle of the battlefield, it was rare for a sect's base to be conquered. This was because the sects in the outer circle were not of a high grade and the cultivators' cultivation were relatively weak. Asking a group of low-grade cultivators to break the array in the base was obviously too much. It was said that the Xian sect's success this time was mainly because they used an extremely powerful spirit talisman that specialized in breaking arrays. Because of this, the Jiuxing sect suffered a huge loss. Many disciples were killed and the good things in the base were swept clean. After the Xian sect left, they burned the entire Jiuxing sect's base to the ground. When he heard this news, Lu Yi was not surprised. Since the Xian sect dared to make a move, they must have some confidence. Lu Yi rejoiced in Dong Shai's misfortune. His injuries were all caused by Dong Shai. Now that the Jiuxing sect's encampment was occupied, he could finally vent his anger, even though he did not participate. However, from Hua Xi's words, conquering the base was not what he had expected. He thought that after the Xian sect had taken over the Jiuxing sect's territory, the territory would be theirs. However, that was not the case. The Xian sect had only killed many of the Jiuxing sect's disciples and looted some resources. Then, they set the place on fire and left. It was similar to how Haotian Alliance had dealt with the Evil Moon Valley back then. Back then, the Grand Sky Alliance had occupied the Evil Moon Valley. They didn't linger around the Evil Moon Valley for long and quickly retreated. That was because the Evil Moon Valley was part of the Myriad Devil Ridge's territory. If they stayed there for too long, they would definitely be surrounded and annihilated by the Myriad Devil Ridge. This was the same on the battlefield. The Jiuxing sect would definitely have allies to help them. If the Celestial Sect of Wonders continued to stay in the encampment of the Jiuxing Sect of Wonders, they would only be attacked. Rather than that, they might as well take advantage of the situation and run. Hua Xi said that the Celestial Sect of Wonders had successfully taken over the Jiuxing sect's encampment and had reaped great benefits. It was not as simple as just seizing some resources. There seemed to be other important benefits as well. This was because she said that in the next ranking assessment, the Celestial Sect of Wonders would definitely be promoted to the 8th rank. On the other hand, the Jiuxing sect would definitely fall to the 9th rank. It was impossible for the Celestial Sect of Wonders to be promoted by 1 rank just by seizing some cultivation resources. Lu Yi could not ask about this matter, so he just listened. Hua Xi seemed to have always thought that he was a disciple of a great sect. He did not know how this misunderstanding came about. Was it because she saw him being generous? As a disciple of a great sect, it was impossible for her to not know this common knowledge. Tassel Square was a nearby market. It was no different from the other markets that Lu Yi had visited before. The scattered buildings contained the styles of various places in the 9 provinces. The largest building was the subdivision of the Heavenly Secret Business Alliance. Lu Yi could be considered a regular customer of the Heavenly Secret Business Alliance. Today he had followed Hua Xi and the others to this market and came here directly. There was no other reason. He did not have many spirit pills left. In the past half-month he had paid more than 100 spirit pills to Hua Xi alone, allowing this black-hearted woman to make a fortune. Coupled with his own daily needs for cultivation, he had used up more than half of the original 300 spirit pills. Now that he had opened 35 apertures, the remaining spirit pills were definitely not enough for him to cultivate to the 4th order spirit stream realm. Of course, he could also use the effects of the spirit gathering spirit runes to slowly improve himself. But for him, the benefits of the spirit-gathering spirit runes were only incidental. His cultivation was still mainly based on swallowing spirit pills. After getting used to eating delicacies, how could he be in the mood to eat corn? The internal structure of the Heavenly Secret Business Alliance was almost the same. Under the guidance of a maid, Lu Yi entered a compartment and waited. As usual, he drank a few pots of spirit tea. This time, the one who came to make a deal with him was a male cultivator who looked to be about 30 years old. Lu Yi sold 4 magnetic ores this time, so he only had 6 magnetic ores left in his possession. He also dealt with the storage bags of the 9 Stars sect's young sect master and his companions. He had been carrying these 4 storage bags for some time now. 3 of them did not require much attention, as there was probably nothing good inside. Lu Yi packed them up and sold them to the Heavenly Secret Business Alliance for 15 spirit stones. He had sold storage bags before, but they weren't worth much because there was a risk in opening them. Low-level cultivators didn't have anything good to begin with, so the merchant union usually bought them for 5 spirit stones each. Of course, he could also choose to ask the merchant union to open the restriction lock. What he could get from the storage bag all depended on his luck and luck. If he was lucky, he could make a fortune. If he was unlucky, he could lose everything. As for the storage bag of the 9 Stars sect's young sect master, Lu Yi could not sell it for a low price. This guy must have some good stuff. He put forward his request, and the Heavenly Secret Business Alliance naturally agreed. They did not care where the storage bag came from. They only cared about getting paid to do things. In the entire spirit stream battlefield, the Heavenly Secret Business Alliance was a very special existence. It did not belong to any faction. The steward of the Heavenly Secret Business Alliance invited Lu Yi to a secret room. After meeting with an old cultivator, he left. This old cultivator specialized in opening seals for people. His lock-picking skills were superb. This kind of person had a special name in the cultivation world. Lock-picking master. Lu Yi took out the storage bag of the 9 Stars sect's young sect master. The old cultivator picked it up and sensed it for a moment before giving a price. Lu Yi paid without hesitation and then waited quietly. After an hour, a light flashed in the old cultivator's hand, and he handed the storage bag to Lu Yi. "It's done." Lu Yi took it and did not check it. He took out the small bell-like spirit tool and said, "Old mister, please help me open the seal on this item." Chapter 99. The previous battle with Dong Shai made him feel powerless. Faced with the suppression of a high-level cultivator, it was difficult for a low-level cultivator to survive. But at that time, if he had a defensive spirit artifact, he might not have been so miserable. Defensive spirit runes were good, but they consumed too much spiritual power. This small bell spiritual artifact was undoubtedly a good defensive spiritual artifact, so Lu Yi wanted to take it for himself. However, after he obtained this small bell, he tried to activate its power. Unfortunately, it was very difficult for this thing to accept external spiritual energy. When Lu Yi tried to inject his spiritual energy into it, it was obviously rejected by some kind of force. It felt like opening a storage bag that did not belong to him. So Lu Yi guessed that this thing also had a restriction lock. He did not dare to continue blindly trying because, when he was at Mount Qingyin, he had tried to open a storage bag and triggered the restriction inside, causing the storage bag to be completely destroyed. It was not a pity that a low-level cultivator storage bag was destroyed, but it would be a great loss if this small bell spirit artifact was destroyed. The old cultivator looked at Lu Yi with a strange expression and reached out to take the small bell spirit artifact. After checking it for a while, he handed it back. Lu Yi looked at him in puzzlement. The old cultivator picked up the teapot beside him and took a sip, then said slowly, "Little friend, you're a loose cultivator, right?" How could he tell? Following his words, he answered, "Yes." The old cultivator nodded. "It's not easy to be a loose cultivator." "Well, since you're quite straightforward, this old man will teach you a good thing." He pointed to the small bell spirit artifact in Lu Ye's hand. Spirit artifacts are different from storage bags. Every restriction in a spirit artifact is extremely important, which is related to the quality of the spirit artifact. So, under normal circumstances, a spirit artifact will not have a self-destructing restriction, because that will reduce the power of the spirit artifact itself, especially when the quality of the spirit artifact is not high. Although this spirit artifact of yours is not a middle-grade spirit artifact, it is still a top low-grade spirit artifact. The restrictions in it are basically defensive in nature, so you should understand. Lu Yi carefully pondered over his words and vaguely understood what he meant. Mister, do you mean that this spiritual artifact doesn't have a restriction lock? The old cultivator chuckled. The so-called restriction lock is just a name. The restriction itself is a kind of invisible lock. It's just that some restrictions, if not cleverly unlocked, will lead to some unpredictable consequences, such as breaking, self-immolation, and so on. However, most restrictions don't have such characteristics. For example, the spiritual artifact in your hand. You only need to slowly immerse your spiritual energy into the restrictions and warm them, and you'll naturally be able to control it as you wish. The reason why you can't use it now is because there are traces left behind by its previous owner. Lu Yi was stunned. Only now did he realize that he had made a mistake. After he had obtained this small bell spirit tool, he had only tried a little before giving up, mainly because he was afraid of repeating the same mistakes. But now, it seemed that he had given up too early. This spirit artifact originally belonged to the 9 stars Sect's young sect master. After being nourished by the young sect master's own spirit chi, the various seals and restrictions within it were left behind by him. Naturally, Lu Yi would not be able to activate it, but if he could erase those traces and nourish it with his own spirit chi, he would be able to make it his own. If the seals inside the spiritual artifact were a lock, then the cultivator's spirit chi would be the key. The 9 stars Sect's young sect master had died and lost the key, so Lu Yi could use his own spirit chi to create a new key for the spiritual artifact. Suddenly, everything became clear. Many thanks, sir. Lu Yi stood up and thanked him. The old cultivator just waved his hand and picked up his tea again to slowly drink it. Walking out of the Heavenly Secret Commerce Union, Lu Yi took the young sect master's storage bag and rummaged through it. He found more than 30 yin spirit pills, more than 20 spirit stones, and a few bottles of pills that Lu Yi couldn't recognize. There were also some random things, such as women's clothes. Those clothes were extremely thin and made of very little material. Lu Yi could only sigh. This young sect master really knew how to have fun. He didn't get much, but it wasn't a loss either. Now he had more than 350 yun spirit pills. Unfortunately, he only had 6 magnetic ores left. Lu Yi couldn't help but feel a little melancholy. He originally thought that he had enough magnetic ores to cultivate to the 9th order spirit stream realm, but now it seemed that he had thought too much. After walking through a few messy streets, he came to a corner of the market. Screams immediately reached his ears. Lu Yi looked over and saw a simple tent with a few beds. On one of the beds, the burly Kong Niu was holding down a struggling male cultivator. Hua Ci wore a headscarf on her head. Her hands were slapping the male cultivator's abdomen at a dazzling speed. With every slap, the man screamed. Occasionally, an arrow of blood would fly out from the wound on his abdomen. The blood wasn't the normal dark red, but a little black. It seemed that this guy was poisoned. This was Hua Ci's designated treatment place in Tassel Square. Many cultivators from the Haotian Alliance who were seriously injured would come to her for treatment. It was obvious that business was good today because there were a few injured people lying on the bed waiting for treatment. They all looked miserable, and no one knew what they had encountered. Every time the male cultivator who was being treated screamed, he would shout, "Mother!" Hua Ci's medical skills were undoubtedly superb, but it was undeniable that this woman's treatment methods were a little rough. Lu Yi once again confirmed that she was the kind of woman who spoke the most gentle words but used the most vicious methods. Listening to the male cultivator screams, Lu Yi couldn't help but recall Hua Xi's joke about medical cultivators. It seemed that she wasn't joking. Someone was really calling her mother. I told you not to move. Don't move. Kong Nyo pressed down hard on the man to prevent him from breaking free. The male cultivator cried until his tears and snot flowed together. He shouted, "Kill me, kill me!" His screams were hair-raising. If someone who didn't know what was going on heard, they would think that this was some kind of inhumane torture. After a while, Hua Xiai stopped. She saw Lu Yi, who was standing aside and watching the scene. She said bluntly, "You over there, come and help me." Lu Yi pointed a finger at himself. "Yes, you." Hua Xiai wiped the blood on her hand with a cotton cloth. Lu Yi stepped forward helplessly. Hua Xiai held up a bowl of green medicine and gestured to the side. "Feed him." Lu Yi took the medicine, and many unpleasant memories immediately surfaced in her heart. She smiled and walked toward the cultivator who was being treated step by step. Kong Nyo was still pressing down on the male cultivator. When the male cultivator saw Lu Yi walking toward him, he didn't know why, but he suddenly had a very bad feeling. He struggled even more violently. "Let me go, let me go." Lu Yi stepped forward and stood in front of the man. She smiled innocently. "Brother, it's time to drink the medicine." "I don't want it." The sense of crisis in the male cultivator's heart grew stronger. He shook his head left and right. Lu Yi gave Kong Nyo a look. Kong Nyo immediately pinched the man's mouth. Lu Yi picked up the big bowl and poured the medicine into the man's mouth. I want. Chapter 100. What a happy and fulfilling day. Inside the carriage, Lu Yi played with the small bell spirit artifact in his hand and sighed. Tassel Square was about 30 kilometers away from Ming Mountain, where the scattered wandering society was located, so they used carriages to travel back and forth to save time and spirit energy. When cultivators were weak, they couldn't fly. Even a 7th order cultivator like Dong Shu, he could only glide in the air for a short time. Therefore, when low-level cultivators hurried on their journey, they would usually ride horses or rely on tools like carriages. Of course, if they had the ability, they could also tame demonic beasts. Compared to riding a horse, riding a demonic beast was undoubtedly more impressive. It was also more in line with the cultivator's identity. A tamed demonic beast could also accompany the cultivator in battle. It was undoubtedly much more useful than a horse. There was no lack of wild monster beasts or wild beasts in the Spirit Stream battlefield. When Lu Yi first arrived, he encountered a pack of wolves. Hoopa was also a wild beast in the Spirit Stream battlefield, so he naturally had a horse. Today, Lu Yi had helped Hua Xiai for a whole day. It could be said that she had seen how Hua Xiai treated people. Her method of treatment could be said to be extremely rough, but it was undeniable that the effect was extremely good. This was also the reason why so many cultivators came to her when they were injured. Lu Yi originally thought that this woman was a black-hearted money grubber, but what he saw today somewhat subverted his understanding. Hua Xi's price for treating the cultivators was indeed not low, but for those who were too poor to pay, she would give them some time, as long as they paid the rest within the agreed time. This kind of verbal agreement naturally had no effect. Scattered, wandering cultivators lived a precarious life, and they could lose their lives one day. It could even be said that some scattered cultivators would not really fulfill the agreement. Therefore, although he was busy today, the harvest did not exceed 20 spirit stones. If the cost of the herbs and Hua Xi's own efforts were included, the profit was not much. In the end, Hua Xiai gave Lu Yi 2 spirit stones, saying that it was a reward for his help today. What a contradictory woman! Lu Yi tilted his head and saw that Hua Xiai had fallen asleep and her body was tilted over. Lu Yi maintained his original position and remained motionless, gently urging his spirit energy to nourish the small bell spirit artifact in his hand. That night, After Lu Yi finished his saber practice, he took a bath and sat cross-legged on his bed. Just as he was about to cultivate, he suddenly thought of something and walked out. Arriving at the neighboring bamboo house, Lu Yi knocked on the door. A moment later, Hua Xiai opened the door. The woman had probably just taken a shower. The room was steaming hot, and her hair was still a little damp. Seeing that it was Lu Yi, Hua Xiai asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "I have a few bottles of spirit pills that I don't recognize. I need you to appraise them," Lu Yi said. From the storage bag of the 9 Stars Sect's young master, not only did he obtain Yin's spirit pills and spirit stones, there are also a few bottles of spirit pills that he had never seen before. Hua Xiai was a medical cultivator, so she should be well versed in the Tao of medicine. Upon hearing Lu Ye's words, she stepped aside and said, "Come in." Lu Yi walked in and looked around. The furnishings in this room were similar to his. Everything was very simple. It seemed that Hua Xiai was not a very particular person. "What kind of pill?" Hua Xiai casually tied up her long hair and extended her hand to let Lu Yi take a seat. Lu Yi took out the bottles of pills. Hua Xiai picked up a bottle, opened it, and poured out a pill from it. First, she observed it carefully, then put it on the tip of her nose and sniffed it. Frowning, she said, "This is a 5-poison pill. If taken by someone below the 5th order spirit stream realm, the worst-case scenario would be death." She put down the pill with a look of disgust and picked up another bottle. A moment later, she said, "This is an aperture-burning pill, a poisonous pill that specifically targets the spirit aperture. It is extremely vicious. If taken by mistake by someone in the spirit stream realm, their spirit aperture will definitely be damaged." Bottle after bottle, it was either a poisonous pill or some kind of dishonest pill. Lu Yi despised it in his heart. That 9 Stars Sect's young master was really not a good thing. Hua Xiai picked up the last bottle and couldn't help but look at Lu Yi. "Where did you get these things?" "Spoils of war," Lu Yi replied. Hua Xiai understood. The last pill was a strange pink, and after taking it out, it emitted a sweet fragrance. Hua Xiai couldn't help but be startled. "This is—" She didn't seem to be sure, so she put the pill under the tip of her nose and sniffed it. Asterisk, ding dong. Asterisk, the pill in her hand suddenly fell. Hua Xiai reached out and touched her forehead, her body swaying a few times. She quickly put her elbow on the table. Lu Yi was stunned. "What's wrong?" You drugged me." Hua Xiai stared at Lu Yi, her face reddening at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her pair of beautiful eyes became misty and misty. Although she was reprimanding him, her gentle tone combined with her current demeanor had a different kind of seduction. Lu Yi was startled, faintly realizing the effect of the last pill. He quickly waved his hand. Don't talk nonsense." He just wanted to find Hua Xiai to identify these bottles of unknown pills. Who would have thought that the 9 Stars Sect's young master would have such a tyrannical pill? Hua Xi's head had already fallen onto the table, and there was no more movement. Lu Yi quickly went forward to check on her condition and found that she had just fainted. Looking at Hua Xiai lying on the table, Lu Yi felt a headache. Although this was an unintentional mistake, he absolutely couldn't let this matter be exposed. Otherwise, those guys from the scattered society would definitely cut him into countless pieces. Thinking about it, he walked forward, picked up Hua Xiai by the waist, and put her on the bed. He tucked her in before opening the door and leaving with a guilty conscience. But soon he returned and took the bottles of pills from the table. Closing the door again, Lu Yi hurried back to his residence. Hearing the rapid footsteps, Hua Xiai, who was lying on the bed, suddenly opened her eyes and covered her mouth with the quilt, laughing silently. Although the pink pill wasn't anything good, she was still a 5th-order medical cultivator. How could she be so easily drugged? She had only done it on the spur of the moment to tease Lu Yi. However, Lu Ye's response surprised her. This guy's character was surprisingly strong. Unfortunately, if he was a rogue cultivator, it would be possible to accept him into the scattered society, but he obviously came from a big sect and was destined to be different from rogue cultivators. At dawn, Wan Lingyu came to knock on the door in a panic. Hua Xiai opened the door and Wan Lingyu handed over a jade bottle. I don't know when senior brother Yi left. He took a horse with him and left this. Hua Xiai took the jade bottle and opened it. It was 10 spirit accumulation pills, which were probably the cost of buying the horse. She nodded, let him leave. Although they got along well these days, they were not on the same side. Sooner or later, they would have to part ways. In fact, she had already seen Lu Ye's intention yesterday. His injuries were no longer serious, so there was no reason for him to continue to stay in the scattered society. So, Hua Xiai wasn't surprised by this result. Wan Lingyu was a little disappointed. There weren't many people in the scattered society because Hua Xiai had very strict requirements for accepting members. She wouldn't accept just anyone. She thought that Lu Yi would have a chance to join the scattered society and strengthen it. But now he left without saying a word. This made her listless all day. Chapter 101. The horse galloped. Lu Ye's figure was like a pillar, sitting steadily on the horse's back. He had never ridden a horse before, but he had ridden a tiger before. Hu Po's run was much more bumpy than this, so the current situation did not affect him at all. After half a month of recuperation, his injuries were almost completely healed. Lu Yi had planned to say goodbye to Hua Xiai today, but after the blunder last night, he didn't know how to explain it to the sober Hua Xiai, so he simply left. He wanted to find Yi and Hupa. Half a month ago, when he was chased by Dong Shai, Hupa played a big part in his escape. If it hadn't carried Lu Yi all the way, Lu Yi wouldn't have had the chance to cross the flat plains. When they separated, Hupa was already injured. Lu Yi didn't know how serious its injuries were, and he didn't even know whether it was alive or dead. But no matter what, he had to confirm it himself. Following the river upstream, Lu Yi sat on the horse's back and refined spirit pills while circulating his spirit energy to nourish the small bell spirit tool. A day later, he looked at the rushing waterfall and dismounted, patting the horse with his scabbard. The horse was startled and quickly ran away, disappearing without a trace. After entering the mountain, the horse was useless, so he could only let it go. At the bottom of the waterfall was a huge pool of water. The water rumbled as it fell into the pool. Lu Yi had jumped down from the top of the waterfall and fell into the pool. If he wanted to find Hupa, he had to return to the top of the waterfall. Just as he was looking around, he suddenly heard a splash. When he turned his head to look, he saw a person emerge from the pool. That person also saw Lu Yi and immediately showed a vigilant expression. In the spirit stream battlefield, most cultivators who didn't know each other would react in this way. This was because no one knew which side the other belonged to. Under the premise that both sides were equal in strength, they wouldn't easily reveal which side they belonged to. Looking at that person, Lu Yi remembered that when he jumped into the pool, there was another person under the water who seemed to be collecting something. However, that person was unlucky and was cut into several pieces by Dong Shai's golden lightning slash, allowing Lu Yi to escape. Coming here today, he saw another person. From the looks of it, there was indeed something useful for cultivators under the water. Otherwise, there was no reason for so many people to come here. The man slowly came ashore, staring at Lu Yi. The other party was just a third-order cultivator, so Lu Yi didn't care much about him. He then looked at the top of the waterfall and said, "Fellow Taoists, if I want to go up, which way should I go?" On both sides of the waterfall were steep cliffs, and there didn't seem to be anywhere to climb. The man stared deeply at Lu Yi for a while before pointing in a direction. 10 miles away, there's a place up the mountain. Lu Yi nodded, "Many thanks." Then he walked in the direction the man pointed. As they brushed past each other, the man's expression was tense. It wasn't until Lu Ye's figure disappeared from his sight that he slowly relaxed. Half a day later, Lu Yi returned to the top of the waterfall. He went back in the direction he came from and investigated along the way. Dong Shu Ye's seventh order dermic technique was extremely powerful, so there were still traces of him being hunted down along the way. After a short while, Lu Yi squatted in front of a crater. This crater had been created by a large fireball, and the surrounding trees had been burned to ashes. Back then, he had parted ways with Hoopa here. Recalling the scene at that time, he slowly walked to a spot a few dozen meters away. He didn't see any bones, which made Lu Yi feel relieved. It seemed that Hoopa wasn't dead. There was a large patch of dried blood on the ground, which extended in one direction, and that direction actually led to the location of the waterfall. Lu Ye's heart was heavy, as if he had seen the scene at that time. At that time, he had been sent flying off the tiger's back by Dong Shu Ye's dermic technique, and Hoopa had also fainted. He didn't have time to check Hoopo's injuries before fleeing. In his opinion, Dong Shu Yi had specifically come to find him. If he continued to stay with Hoopa, he would die. If they separated, Hoopa would still have a chance to survive. But after Hoopa woke up, he actually followed the traces on the road and chased after him. Obviously, he wanted to find him. Following the faint traces of blood on the ground, he really came to the waterfall. There was a large pool of black blood on the ground. Hoopa had obviously stayed here for a while. Although he had caught a glimpse of the blood here when he came over, he didn't pay much attention to it because he thought it was his own blood. Only now did he know that it was Hoopo's blood. Lu Yi continued to follow the traces of blood. He didn't have any experience in this area. Fortunately, he was now a cultivator, so whether it was his eyesight or insight, he was much stronger than mortals. That was why he could barely continue. In the evening, Lu Yi followed the intermittent clues and came to the front of a cave. The last traces of blood had disappeared here. With a nervous heart, he softly called out to the cave, "Hoopa!" Roar! There was a beast's roar, and a pungent wind blew in his face. A black panther scuttled out of the cave. Lu Yi unsheathed his long saber, and with a flash of the saber, the black panther's head flew up. Its muscular body fell to the ground, and fresh blood flowed everywhere. Lu Ye's expression was ugly. He had clearly followed the clues here, but there was no trace of Hoopa or Yi. Instead, a black panther had appeared. This gave him a bad feeling. If Hoopa didn't come here on his own, then he might have been dragged here by some other ferocious beast. He put away his long saber and stepped into the cave. Gathering spiritual power in his eyes, he saw a pile of bones at the bottom of the cave. This made his already bad feeling even worse. He walked forward with heavy steps and squatted in front of the bones to carefully examine them. A moment later, Lu Yi sighed in relief. These weren't Hoopo's bones. Hoopo's skull was a bit bigger. At this moment, it was getting late, so it was already impossible to continue investigating. Lu Yi could only rest here for the night. What he could be sure of now was that Hoopa hadn't died at that time and had come to this cave. The bloodstains along the way were the best proof. However, it should have left soon. As for where it went, he could only wait until tomorrow to carefully investigate. After nightfall, Lu Yi ate and drank to his heart's content and continued cultivating. He had already opened 36 spiritual apertures. Running around during the day, he didn't have the energy to break through the barrier of the 37th aperture, so he could only wait until nightfall. Now, it was much easier for him to open the apertures than when he had just started cultivating. This was because he had enough spiritual power in his body to squander. Moreover, his spiritual power was very pure, which was a natural advantage for opening the apertures. It could increase the efficiency of opening the apertures. In just the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, the barrier of the 37th aperture shattered, and spiritual power flowed into it. The next step was simple. He only needed to continuously refine spiritual pills and supplement them with spirit-gathering spirit runes to fill the spiritual aperture with spiritual power. Then he could continue to open the next spiritual aperture. When the gluttonous meal was activated, it could automatically refine and absorb the energy of the pills. Similarly, the spirit-gathering spirit runes didn't require him to be distracted. Therefore, Lu Yi took out the small bell spirit tool and constantly urged his spiritual power to nourish it. Chapter 102. The old cultivator from the Tianji Merchant Union had said that this small bell spirit tool was one of the best low-grade spirit tools, so its quality was extraordinary. Lu Yi didn't know how spirit tools were classified, but after comparing them, he found that there was more than one restriction in this small bell spirit tool. The long saber in his hand could barely be considered a spirit tool, but it only had one restriction. That restriction seemed to be able to strengthen the saber so that it wouldn't break when fighting with enemies. The restriction on the long saber was actually a spirit pattern. When the saber was being forged, the spirit pattern was branded on the saber's body by a mysterious method. When Lu Yi fought with enemies, he only needed to channel his spirit power into the saber to make this spirit pattern work. So he didn't need to spend any effort to construct it. This principle was a bit similar to how he used the sharpness spirit pattern to enhance the saber. The difference was that the sharpness spirit pattern was only a temporary enhancement, while the spirit pattern that strengthened the saber was always there and could be activated by consuming Lu Ye's spirit power. There was more than one spirit pattern in the small bell spirit tool, and Lu Yi could feel it when he immersed his spirit power into it. The spirit patterns were combined together by a mysterious method to form the so-called restriction. According to Lu Ye's understanding, spiritual tattoos were the foundation of the formation of restrictions. Each spiritual tattoo could be regarded as a restriction, but there seemed to be some magical combination between different spiritual tattoos, thus exerting a tighter effect. He hadn't been in contact with cultivation for long, and the spirit patterns he obtained were all from the talent tree. So he didn't have a comprehensive understanding of these things and didn't know if his understanding was correct. He could only slowly study these things in the future. In any case, he only needed to slowly channel his spirit power into the small bell's restriction, nourish it, and erase the traces left behind by the previous owner. When the time came, this spirit tool could be used by him. During the day, he searched for traces of Hupa and Yi, and at night he cultivated seriously. In a flash, 7 or 8 days had passed, but Lu Yi still didn't find any clues. In his opinion, Hupa must have chased to the waterfall under Yi's orders. Since that was the case, they must have known that he had jumped. If they still wanted to find him, they would have to follow the direction of the river. However, Hupa was seriously injured, so it was very likely that he would first hide somewhere to recover from his injuries. However, in the past few days, Lu Yi had searched the area within 100 miles of this place, but he didn't find any valuable clues. For a moment, he didn't know where to look. Another 2 days passed, but there was still nothing. Lu Yi felt melancholy. Although he had not traveled with Yi and Hupu for very long, they still got along very well. In particular, riding Hupa had saved him a lot of energy. He could even cultivate as he traveled, which was of great help to him. When he was being chased by Dong Shai, if it wasn't for Hupa, he would have been caught. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Hupa had saved his life. Therefore, no matter what, he wanted to find his 2 companions. Since they had started this journey together, they should end it together. Lu Yi didn't want to abandon a companion whom he could entrust his life to. Under the night sky, Lu Yi hacked and hacked with his saber, sweating profusely. At the same time, he was thinking about which direction to search for the next day. He had 10 maps in his hands, so he knew exactly where he had searched and where he had not. Just as he was planning, a bestial roar came from the depths of the forest. Lu Yi stopped swinging his saber and listened carefully. After a while, another beast roar was heard. That sound was so familiar. It was Hupa. Lu Yi hurriedly put away his saber and rushed in the direction of the sound, startling countless birds along the way. The tiger roars became more and more frequent. Hupa seemed to be fighting with some kind of enemy. As he got closer, Lu Yi could vaguely feel fluctuations of spiritual power coming from that direction. The one fighting with Hupa was a cultivator. Lu Ye's heart sank. He couldn't understand what was going on. Hupo's strength wasn't very high, but with Yi's help, low-level cultivators didn't dare to provoke it. Previously, on Azure Cloud Mountain, Lu Yi had seen with his own eyes how Yi and Hupa cooperated to intimidate low-level cultivators. To low-level cultivators, a demonic beast that could only speak human language wasn't something they could provoke. However, there was actually a cultivator attacking Hupa right now. Could it be that the other party's cultivation was very high? Thinking of this, Lu Yi became increasingly anxious. If it weren't for the fact that he no longer had any wind walk spirit talismans, he would have immediately taken one out and slapped it on his leg. Halfway there, the tiger roars suddenly stopped. There was also no movement at the location of the battle. This made Lu Yi extremely anxious. He didn't know what was going on over there. After crossing over a mountain, Lu Yi stopped and tried to calm his breathing. Then he took out an aura concealing talisman from his storage bag and slapped it on his body. In an instant, all of his aura was concealed. He hadn't used the aura concealing talisman before, so he didn't know how long it would last. However, he estimated that it wouldn't last for too long. Therefore, after restraining his aura, he immediately took action and quietly moved forward. A moment later, at the edge of the messy battlefield, Lu Yi quietly appeared under the cover of the night. At a glance, he saw the snow-white body of Hupa. Under the moonlight, Hupa looked like it was drunk. Its strong body staggered and shook its head constantly. It let out threatening growls from its throat, but there was something wrong with the sound. It was as if something was choking its neck, causing its growls to become hoarse. There was indeed something choking its neck. It was a necklace-like thing that was emitting a faint glow. It was actually a spirit artifact. Lu Yi narrowed his eyes slightly and quickly looked around. There were a total of 5 cultivators, 4 men and 1 woman. They were 10 meters apart from each other, surrounding Hupa in the middle. Lu Yi quietly poured his spirit energy into his eyes and looked at the 5 cultivators. Soon he determined the cultivation of these 5 people. 1 5th order, 1 4th order, and 3 3rd order. The woman among them was a 4th order cultivator. At this moment, she was forming a seal with one hand while her spirit energy surged. The 5th order cultivator was a young man in black clothes. He suddenly said, "Loosen the beast-taming collar. Don't strangle it to death. It'll be useless if it's dead." "I know." The woman responded and changed the seal in her hand. The collar around Hupo's neck immediately glowed and loosened a little. Gasping for breath, Hupa suddenly jumped up and pounced towards the 3rd order cultivator closest to him. However, just as he was in the air, the collar on his neck glowed again and Hupa fell to the ground. The beast-taming collar was obviously suppressing Hupa. This evil beast's strength isn't much, but its temper isn't small. The 3rd order cultivator chuckled upon seeing this. The woman snorted. "Its strength isn't much, but the 3 of you were still scared to the point of obediently handing over your storage bags." The 3rd order cultivator who spoke earlier said in embarrassment, "Senior Sister Yu, please don't make fun of us. Who would have thought that such a monster beast would have a companion puppet spirit? When these 2 fellows work together, it's very scary." Another 3rd order cultivator nodded vigorously. "Yes, yes." At that time, Junior Brother Xiong was so scared that he almost peed his pants. "Bullshit," the last 3rd order cultivator spat out. "I didn't." Senior Sister Yu chuckled. Senior Brother Zhou's eyes are really sharp. After hearing about this matter, you realized that something was wrong. Otherwise, I'm afraid that you would have missed out on such a strange beast. With such weak strength, it has a companion puppet spirit. If it was properly raised, who knows how far it could grow. Chapter 103. Listening to the conversation between the cultivators, Lu Yi gradually understood the whole story. Just as he thought, after he fell into the water and disappeared, Yi and Hupa went to find a place to heal their wounds. In the end, they were discovered by the 3 3rd order cultivators. However, the spirit and tiger duo were already experienced in dealing with such situations, so they didn't panic at all. They cooperated with each other and scared the 3 third-order cultivators away. From the way they even handed over their storage bags, they should have been quite frightened. However, after the 3 of them returned, they told the 5th-order senior brother, Zhou, about what happened. Senior brother Zhou vaguely sensed that something was wrong and brought the 3 of them to find Hupa. As for the 4th-order woman, she should have been specially invited by senior brother Zhou. She could use the beast taming ring spirit artifact, which was extremely useful in dealing with monster beasts. Such a 5-person team found Hupa again. Perhaps after some probing, senior brother Zhou determined that Hupo was just for show and decisively took action. Fortunately, they wanted to capture Hupa alive and didn't kill him. Otherwise, Hupa would have been dead long ago. These days, Louis had fed Hupa a lot of spirit accumulation pills, and he ate and drank good food every day. Hupo's strength had increased a lot compared to before, but he was only equivalent to a cultivator between the 2nd order and 3rd order. Even with Yi's help, he was definitely not a match for these cultivators. Senior brother Zhou alone could easily take care of them. Hupa fell to the ground and tried his best to get up, but the beast taming ring seemed to weigh 1,000 kilograms. Although Hupa stood up with difficulty, his head was still on the ground and he couldn't move for a while. A hoarse roar came from his throat again. With a flash of light, Yi's figure jumped out of Hupo's body. She angrily rushed towards the female cultivator and shouted, "Let go of Hupa!" Seeing Hupa suffer, even though she knew that her appearance was like a moth flying into a flame, she couldn't bear it anymore. However, just as she rushed out a few steps, her expression froze. Her eyes were filled with surprise, as if she had seen something. In the next moment, she hurriedly turned back and rushed into Hupo's body, disappearing from sight. Senior brother Zhou had already flashed over swiftly with the intention of repelling this companion puppet spirit. Unexpectedly, the companion puppet spirit had actually returned, causing him to be completely bewildered. But following Yi's shout, the light from the beast-taming collar around Hupo's neck slowly faded away. Without the beast-taming collar suppression, Hupa slowly raised his head. His amber tiger eyes shone with a demonic luster, and a faint golden demonic energy circled around his body, making him look murderous. The various encounters just now had undoubtedly stimulated his ferocious nature. "Senior Sister Yu, hurry up and activate the beast-taming collar," a 3rd order hurriedly shouted. However, Senior Sister Yu did not react in the slightest. Senior brother Zhou looked over in confusion. What he saw caused his face to darken. This was because at some point in time there was a person standing behind Senior Sister Yu. The other party was less than 2 feet away from Senior Sister Yu, and there was a sharp weapon in his hand. That sharp weapon was pressed against Senior Sister Yu's back. Senior Sister Yu stood in place with a pale face, not daring to move. Their eyes met, and Senior Sister Yu shouted to Senior brother Zhou, "Senior brother, save me!" Only at this moment did a faint smell of blood fill the air. The 3 third-order cultivators finally realized that something was wrong and turned their heads to see Yi standing behind Senior Sister Yu. One of them shouted, "Who are you? Release Senior Sister Yu, or my serene Cloud Mountain will not let this matter rest." As he shouted, he pushed his spirit energy to investigate the aura around Lu Ye's body, but he found nothing. There was no aura at all. His heart thumped as he wondered if Lu Yi was using some kind of spirit artifact to cover up his aura or some kind of spirit talisman. If it was the latter, then it would be fine. But if it was the former, then Lu Ye's origin might be extraordinary. Just as he was feeling suspicious, Senior brother Zhou ground his teeth and cursed, "Idiot, shut up!" Before the 3rd-order cultivator could figure out why Senior brother Zhou scolded him, Lu Yi, who was standing behind Senior Sister Yu, showed a look of relief. Serene Cloud Mountain! He had seen this force on the map before. It was a ninth-grade sect that belonged to the Myriad Demon Ridge camp. Originally, he wasn't sure which camp these people belonged to, but they used the name of their sect to scare him, which was obviously a big mistake. The reason why senior brother Zhou scolded them was because of this. When two unfamiliar cultivators met, it was extremely unwise to rashly expose one's identity before figuring out which camp the other party belonged to. This third-order cultivator was obviously inexperienced on the battlefield and had never been beaten by the cultivation world. Lu Yi originally had some misgivings about how to deal with them if they were from Grand Heaven Alliance. But even if they were from the same camp, if he jumped out and told them that Hoopa was his, they would most likely ignore him. So, no matter which camp the other party belonged to, Lu Yi had to subdue one of them first. Only then would he have the qualifications to talk to them. The reason why he chose Senior Sister Yu was because she was concentrating on the beast taming ring, so he had the highest chance of success if he launched a sneak attack. As for Senior Brother Zhou, he was a fifth-order cultivator. There was a difference of 2 orders between them, so Lu Yi didn't have much confidence. Lu Yi didn't put his saber on the other party's neck because there were too many uncertainties. The other party was a 4th-order cultivator, so he might have a way to escape. Therefore, he stealthily snuck behind Senior Martial Sister Yu and decisively stabbed her in the back. He placed one hand on her shoulder, and the tip of the long saber was only 2 inches away from her heart. If the other party wanted to live, they wouldn't dare to act rashly. It could be said that when Lu Yi drew his saber, no matter which camp the other party belonged to, this enmity had already been formed. But he had no other choice. If he wanted to save Hoopa, it was useless to rely on his mouth to reason. The weapon in his hand was the strongest reason. But now that he knew the other party was from Serene Cloud Mountain, Lu Yi no longer had any concerns. Asterisk chi. Asterisk with a soft sound. The saber that had pierced Senior Sister Yu's chest came out of her body. The saber was stained with blood, and drops of blood dripped from the tip of the saber. Senior Sister Yu's pupils shrank and dilated as she reached out to grab Senior Brother Zhou, shouting, "Senior Brother, save!" Lu Yi kicked her in the back and pulled out his saber, kicking her towards Senior Brother Zhou. Senior Brother Zhou's cultivation was the highest, so his reaction was also the fastest. Almost at the same moment Lu Yi made his move. He pulled out the sword at his waist. The soil under his feet flew up as he rushed towards Lu Yi, his body releasing a bright light. His eyes were bloodshot as he grit his teeth and shouted, "You court death!" He really didn't expect this person to directly kill Senior Sister Yu. This kind of decisiveness made his heart go cold. His forward momentum was interrupted by Senior Sister Yu, who was rushing towards him. He hurriedly caught her, but before he could check whether she was dead or alive, a shadow covered her. Senior Martial Brother Zhou raised his head and looked. The last thing that entered his eyes was a large spinning bell. The spirit aura on the surface of the large bell converged into a belt of light that revolved around him. It descended from the sky and enveloped him tightly. Chapter 104. The spirit artifact that trapped Senior Brother Zhou was the small bell Lu Yi obtained from a 9-stars Sex young master. He had been nourishing it with his own spirit chi these days, and it was quite effective. Although he hadn't completely refined the seal on it, he could at least display some of its power. The power of this spirit artifact could trap enemies, which was how Yi had been trapped back then. As for its other powers, Lu Yi couldn't display them for the time being. The change was extremely sudden. In the blink of an eye, Senior Sister Yu was killed, Senior Brother Zhou was trapped, and only 3 third-order cultivators were left. Before they could even react to what had happened, Lu Yi had already charged towards the person closest to him with his blade in hand. That person kept retreating and hurriedly pulled out his weapon to meet the enemy, but Lu Yi had already brushed past him. This third-order cultivator suddenly froze in place, and his body swayed slightly before he fell to the ground, quickly dyeing the ground red with blood. Although they were both third-order cultivators, How could he block a saber enhanced with sharpness? One was premeditated, while the other reacted hastily. Life and death were decided in the moment they met. Lu Yi had already arrived in front of the second, third-order cultivator. This one seemed to be the junior brother Xiong, who had almost wet his pants after being frightened by Hu Pai and Yi. He had a little more time to react, but in the face of a vicious person like Lu Yi, he had completely lost the courage to resist. He waved his weapon wildly and retreated in panic, shouting, "Don't come over!" However, this couldn't delay his death. Lu Yi rushed in front of him and slashed out with his saber. Junior brother Xiong instinctively raised his weapon to block in panic. At the same time, his weapon glowed faintly. Surprisingly, this was also a low-grade spiritual weapon. Low-grade spirit weapons like this were generally branded with spirit patterns of strengthening nature. This was because low-level cultivators fought in close combat. If the weapon was stronger, it would undoubtedly be able to last longer. Otherwise, if the weapon was destroyed in the middle of the battle, then the cultivator could only wait for death. When the two spirit artifacts were about to collide, Lu Ye's wrist flicked and his saber missed his opponent's block and slashed down diagonally. If it had been when he had just left Blue Cloud Mountain, this saber strike would have broken his opponent's weapon without any hesitation. But after experiencing life and death battles in Heaven's Splitting Gorge, Lu Ye's combat experience had increased significantly. This slash had almost split open the other party's chest, and the beating heart within could be vaguely seen. Ah! That person screamed and fell to the ground, but he didn't die immediately. Lu Yi flipped his saber and stabbed down. Junior brother Xiong twitched violently for a few times before his body straightened up and he stopped breathing. Lu Yi unsheathed his saber and charged towards the third-order origin realm cultivator. This person was currently being pestered by Hupa, and Yi had also run out, constantly harassing him. She was a spirit, so she was extremely nimble, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. With the cooperation of a spirit and a tiger, although they couldn't do much to this person, delaying him wasn't a problem. Seeing Lu Yi kill two of his fellow disciples in a row, the man knew that he was no match for him. While waving the weapon in his hand to block the amber, he fumbled for his storage bag and hurriedly took out a talisman. Just as he was about to use the talisman, Lu Yi had already arrived in front of him and swung his saber. The hand holding the talisman was severed at the wrist. The severed hand fell to the ground, blood splattering everywhere, and a scream rang out before coming to an abrupt end. Lu Ye's saber had accurately pierced the other party's mouth and passed through his head. With a twist, the other party's vitality was crushed. Hupa gasped for breath on the side, and Yi rushed over in surprise. "Lu Yi!" Lu Yi smiled at her, but before he could speak, a loud bang rang out not far away. Lu Yi turned his head and saw the surface of the spirit bell flickering with light. The bell, which was originally only the size of a water tank, had expanded significantly. After all, he hadn't completely refined this spirit bell and could only display some of its power to trap enemies. Moreover, it couldn't trap enemies for long. Senior brother Zhou was a fifth-order spirit stream realm cultivator, so he definitely wouldn't just sit there and wait for death. Under his wanton destruction, the time it could trap enemies was even shorter. If Lu Yi didn't take back the spirit bell, this spirit artifact would soon be destroyed. The external defense of this bell was stronger. After all, it was a life-saving spirit artifact. Relatively speaking, it was easier to destroy it from the inside. "Take Hupa further away," Lu Yi hurriedly ordered. Hupo's injuries had not yet healed, and after being besieged by Serene Cloud Mountain's group, his snow-white fur had been dyed red, and with his strength he wouldn't be able to participate in the following battle. Yi didn't waste time and just worriedly warned Lu Yi, "Be careful." She took Hupa a little further away, but kept her eyes fixed on Lu Yi. Once the situation turned bad, she and Hupa would swarm forward and play as much of a role as possible. Lu Yi nodded and quickly ran toward senior brother Zhou. stretching out his hand halfway and causing the spirit bell to immediately fly up, shrink, and fall back into his hand. At the same time as he put away the spirit bell, he leapt up high and slashed down with his saber. Senior brother, Zhou, had just broken free when a bright saber light appeared in front of him. The long sword in his hand lightly floated forward and struck Lu Ye's saber. Lu Ye's figure became unstable for a moment, and not only was his attack broken, he was also sent flying backwards. Senior brother, Zhou, took advantage of this opportunity to press forward, his long sword stabbing out repeatedly. Although his offensive wasn't fierce, it was continuous, forcing Lu Yi to retreat again and again. This was the first time Lu Yi had encountered such an enemy. In the past, when he killed people, his saber was fast, accurate, and ruthless, either breaking his enemy's weapon or cutting their body in half. Even the Fourth Order Origin Realm Masters of 9-Star sect couldn't withstand a few slashes from his saber. But this senior martial brother Zhou's swordsmanship was so good that Lu Yi didn't know how to use his saber for a moment. Not only were his hurried saber moves blocked by the opponent, he didn't manage to injure him. Instead, he took advantage of the situation and left several wounds on his body. Lu Yi also urged his defensive spirit inscription to defend himself, but his opponent's long sword was like a snake, drifting erratically, always avoiding his body, causing him to waste some of his spirit chi. Unless he activated a spirit inscription that could completely block in front of him, there was no way he could defend himself. However, if he really activated such a spirit inscription, not to mention the huge consumption, Lu Yi wouldn't be able to attack. This kind of battle was completely different from his previous battle with Luo Ji. Luo Ji was a spirit Dao cultivator, so his spirit inscriptions were always traceable, so Lu Yi could block them. Senior brother Zhou was a close combat weapon cultivator, so the angle of his sword was difficult to judge. Therefore, even if Luo Ji was almost equivalent to an ordinary Fifth Order cultivator, the feeling he gave Lu Yi was completely different. He could defeat Luo Ji, but he was definitely not the senior brother Zhou's opponent. After retreating several dozen meters, his opponent's attacks became more and more intense. Lu Yi immediately understood that, in terms of combat skills, his opponent was several streets ahead of him. After all, he had only started cultivating a few months ago. But this senior brother Zhou was a Fifth Order Spirit Stream Realm cultivator who knew how long he had been cultivating, so he had his own attainments in Sword Dao. If this continued, he would definitely lose. Lu Yi made up his mind and pushed his spirit chi to the limit. Without hesitation, he fiercely slashed out with his saber, the long saber flashing with a sharp light. Chapter 105. Blood splashed as Lu Yi and senior brother Zhou each took 3 steps back. Lu Ye's right chest was bleeding profusely, having been pierced by senior brother Zhou's sword. But senior brother Zhou wasn't much better off. A long gash ran diagonally from his chest to his abdomen. If he hadn't taken a step back at the last moment, this saber strike would have cut him open. He had naturally seen Lu Ye's saber strike, but the reason he hadn't completely avoided it was because he had full confidence in his body protecting spirit chi. Before, Lu Yi had used his aura concealing talisman to conceal his figure and aura, so the people from Serene Cloud Mountain couldn't see through his depths. But now that he had attacked, it was impossible to hide his spirit chi fluctuations. Third Order Spirit Stream Realm. The moment senior brother Zhou broke free from the spirit bell, he judged Lu Ye's cultivation. Yang Kai was a Fifth Order Spirit Stream Realm cultivator, 2 minor realms higher than Lu Yi, so his body protecting spirit chi was naturally stronger. So Yang Kai was confident that even if he was struck by Lu Ye's saber, it wouldn't be a big deal. On the other hand, if he were to stab Lu Yi with his sword, Lu Yi wouldn't fare so well. If he hadn't always been cautious, when Lu Ye's saber struck, he wouldn't have even taken a single step back. This single step had allowed him to narrowly avoid death. The long blade slashed at his protective spiritual energy and was only stopped for a moment. Then it broke through the protective spiritual energy and injured him. Senior brother Zhou pulled away from Lu Yi and looked down at his injuries, finding it hard to believe that his body protecting spirit qi was so fragile. The spirit artifact in his opponent's hand seemed to be unimaginably sharp. Only now did Yan Kai have time to look around and was shocked to find that his junior brothers and junior sisters were all lying in pools of blood, dead. Only he and Lu Yi were left here, while the big tiger was not far away, eyeing them covetously, roaring back and forth as it paced back and forth. Senior brother Zhou's eyes twitched violently. He had been trapped in that spirit artifact for only 10 breaths of time. His junior sister Yu had been killed before, but the remaining 3 junior brothers were all third-order spirit stream realm cultivators. How could a lone junior brother kill all 3 of them in 10 breaths? Even senior brother Zhou had been wounded. Where did this monster come from? Anger and sadness welled up in his heart, and his eyes turned red as he grit his teeth and roared. Third order, a trivial third order. Lu Yi didn't know what he wanted to say, but he wasn't in the mood to listen. His opponent's sword pierced through his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. This battle couldn't be dragged on for too long. Therefore, when senior martial brother Zhou was still shrouded in grief and indignation, he had already rushed forward. Senior martial brother Zhou gritted his teeth and cursed. Their figures brushed past each other. Lu Yi had 3 more sword wounds on his body, but he had left another slash on senior martial brother Zhou's body. The angle of his slash was extremely tricky. It landed on senior martial brother Zhou's thigh, causing the flesh on his thigh to split open and blood to spurt out. Since I can't beat him in terms of skill, then I won't compete. I'll just trade injury for injury. If they really competed in skills, others would only play themselves to death. Lu Yi turned around and lowered his eyes. There was a defensive spirit tattoo covering his chest and neck, flickering with spiritual light. His spirit qi surged and burned, injecting new strength into the 2 spirit tattoos to keep them from collapsing. Lu Ye's idea was very simple. He would use the 2 defensive spirit tattoos to protect his vitals. As for the other places, he would just stab them and see who would be the first to collapse. It had to be said that this kind of defense was a bit shameless, but it was extremely effective. Because just now, senior brother Zhou had indeed thrust his sword at his chest, but that fatal strike was blocked by the Imperial Guard. It was also because of that flaw that caused senior brother Zhou's thigh to be cut by Lu Yi. It wasn't that Lu Yi didn't want to activate more and bigger spirit tattoos, but the consumption of these defensive spirit tattoos wasn't small. He wouldn't be able to maintain them for a long time. He had to ensure that he could kill senior martial brother Zhou before his spirit qi ran out. Otherwise, he and Hoopa would both die. 2 defensive spirit tattoos were barely enough to protect his vitals. You motherfucker. Senior martial brother Zhou cursed again, looking flustered and exasperated. As he spoke, he took out a spirit talisman from his storage bag and slapped it on his body. It was the golden body talisman. In the blink of an eye, he was enveloped in a thick layer of golden light. But that wasn't all. He took out another spirit talisman and threw it at Lu Yi. As a 5th-order spirit stream realm cultivator, he naturally had a few life-saving spirit talismans on him. Normally, he would be reluctant to use them, but now he had no choice but to use them. After exchanging 2 blows, senior martial brother Zhou realized that this 3rd order who had popped out of nowhere was not to be trifled with, especially the spirit artifact saber in his hand. It was so sharp that senior martial brother Zhou couldn't block it with just his protective spirit qi. Lu Yi was already rushing forward, but when senior martial brother Zhou threw out his spirit talisman, he had no choice but to stop. A small bell spun and grew to the height of a person, standing between him and senior martial brother Zhou. The power of the spirit talisman hit the spirit bell with a crackling sound. Lu Yi took advantage of the momentary distraction provided by the spirit bell to attack from the side. When senior martial brother Zhou saw Lu Ye's figure again, the distance between them was less than 5 meters. Senior martial brother Zhou wanted to retreat, but the injury on his thigh caused him to stagger. Gritting his teeth, he faced the aggressive Lu Yi and stabbed out with his sword. Lu Yi rushed forward and slashed with his saber. Blood constantly splashed, and the sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh made one's teeth ache. Spirit Qi burst out from the collision, and the place where the two fought was a mess. After another round of mutual attacks, both sides suffered damage. Although senior brother Zhou's cultivation was 2 levels higher than Lu Ye's, the sharpness and defensive spirit tattoos were enough to make up for the difference in cultivation realm. In terms of offensive and defensive power, Lu Yi was not inferior to him at all. In fact, he was even stronger. The only advantage senior martial brother Zhou had over Lu Yi was his spirit qi reserves. A 5th order cultivator had at least opened 63 apertures, while Lu Yi had only opened 41 apertures after entering the mountain to search for Hupa. With a gap of at least 20 spirit apertures, senior martial brother Zhou naturally had the advantage in terms of spirit qi reserves. However, this didn't give him any advantage in the battle. Such a violent and bloody fight even made him feel despair, because his opponent was actually using spirit inscriptions to fight. The 2 defensive spirit inscriptions protected his vitals, making it impossible for him to break through them with his 5th order cultivation. He also tried to break the spirit runes, but every time he weakened the power of the spirit runes with his sword, his opponent could completely repair them with spirit qi. Unless he could break the spirit runes in one blow, it was meaningless. Feeling his injuries gradually worsening, senior martial brother Zhou gradually lost the desire to avenge his junior brother and junior sister, because he felt that if he continued to fight like this, he might die here. Moreover, under the opponent's continuous attacks, he didn't even have time to send out a message. Chapter 106. With a flash of saber light, Lu Yi slashed down again. Senior brother Zhou raised his sword to block. If it were before, he would definitely stab his opponent's saber hand, as he was confident he could injure him before the saber came down. But now he didn't dare because he knew it was useless. The other party wouldn't back down in the slightest. Even if he was stabbed, the saber would still come down. This saber was blocked by his long sword, but the huge force behind it caused him to lose his balance. Lu Yi raised his foot and kicked senior brother Zhou's bloody thigh. This was one of the first injuries Lu Yi had inflicted on him, and it was extremely deep. Senior brother Zhou screamed as he lost his balance and was kicked to the ground, but he still managed to cut a long wound on Lu Ye's calf with his sword. Lu Yi didn't seem to feel any pain and rushed up again, the long saber in his hand swirling with light as he slashed it toward senior brother Zhou's head. Asterisk dang dang dang. Asterisk the sound of weapons colliding rang out as Lu Ye's slashes were blocked by senior brother Zhou one after another. At a certain moment, with a crisp crack, the long sword in senior brother Zhou's hand broke, leaving only a half-foot long sword blade. Long swords weren't suitable for slashing, so Lu Yi switched to using a long saber. Even if senior brother Zhou's long sword was of better quality, it couldn't withstand such a blow. The loss of his weapon was undoubtedly bad news for senior brother Zhou. Looking up, he saw Lu Ye's saber coming down, and he no longer had the capital to resist. A moment later, Lu Yi stood in place, covered in blood, his saber-wielding right hand trembling violently. The massive loss of blood had made his face pale. In front of him, senior brother Zhou lay in a pool of blood, his body twitching and his mouth filled with blood as he coughed from time to time. The golden light that originally covered his body had long been shattered by Lu Ye's saber. There were deep wounds on his body, the most serious of which was on his neck, where the saber had almost beheaded him. He hadn't died yet. The vitality of a 5th order spirit stream realm cultivator was very tenacious, but he had no strength to resist. Lu Yi raised the long saber in his hand and stabbed forward. The sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh rang out, and senior brother Zhou twitched violently for a moment before falling silent. Seeing a red light drift out from the back of his opponent's hand, Lu Yi completely relaxed. He won. To be honest, the reason why Lu Yi was able to win this battle was because he had killed an old master with a flurry of punches. Senior brother Zhou's cultivation and skills were far superior to Lu Ye's, but he had probably never fought with someone like this before. Other than protecting 2 vital points, his opponent didn't defend at all. His extremely sharp saber was constantly slashing at his opponent, as if it was a battle of life and death. As a result, his own cultivation and skills were completely useless. The long saber in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. Then his body staggered and fell backwards. Lu Yi's cries rang out. She rushed behind him in time and used her petite body to prop him up, allowing Lu Yi to slowly slide to the ground. Hoopa also staggered over and went up to Lu Yi, nudging him with his big head. Lu Yi gasped for breath. The wound in his right chest made it difficult for him to breathe. His lungs were numb. He struggled to take out 2 healing pills from his storage bag and swallowed them, silently sensing his condition. It was terrible. There were all kinds of penetrating wounds on his body, and there were no less than 20 wounds of various sizes. Although the healing pills were useful, they weren't enough to heal such serious injuries. He only had about 10% of his spiritual power left. This short battle had consumed too much of his spiritual power. He secretly rejoiced that he had only activated 2 defensive spirit tattoos to protect his vital points. If he had activated one more, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on until the end. Yi looked at him anxiously from the side. She wanted to help, but didn't know where to start. Lu Ye's hands trembled as he took out a new set of clothes from his storage bag. Panting, he said, "Bandage my wounds." Yi hurriedly reached out and tore the clothes into strips, bandaging Lu Ye's wounds one by one. She had obviously never done such a thing before, and the bandaging was a mess, but at least it had some effect of stopping the bleeding. "Take me away. We can't stay here for long." Lu Ye's aura was much weaker, as if he could faint at any time. Although senior brother Zhou hadn't been able to send out any messages until his death, the previous battle had caused quite a commotion. It was very likely that it would attract nearby cultivators. Moreover, there were many demonic beasts and ferocious beasts in this forest. The smell of blood would attract them. Yi nodded and gave Hoopa an order. Hoopa immediately bent down and waited for Yi to carry Lu Yi onto the tiger's back before getting up. Yi picked up the long saber that Lu Yi had dropped on the ground, then ran out to collect the small bell spirit tool and the storage bags of senior brother Zhou and the others. Lying on the tiger's back, Lu Yi saw this and felt gratified, not letting go of any spoils of war. What a fine and beautiful tradition this was. "Lu Yi, where are we going?" Yi asked. Lu Yi raised his hand and pointed in a direction. Hoopa immediately rushed out. Yi also sat on the tiger's back, supporting Lu Ye's body to prevent him from falling. The scenery around them kept receding, and Lu Ye's consciousness became more and more blurry. He felt that he would soon faint. Yi didn't know how to save people. If he fainted, the 2 healing pills he had taken before might not be of much use. He might even die. Therefore, the most important thing right now was to find someone to save him. The image of a soft-spoken beauty immediately appeared in his mind. It was now the latter half of the night, and there were only a little more than 2 hours until daybreak. If Hoopa was a little faster, he should be able to catch up. 100 miles away, a mountain, find Hua Si. Lu Yi finally took out the 10 points map from his storage bag and handed it to Yi. After he finished speaking, he completely fainted. Yi didn't know who Hua Si was, but since Lu Yi said so, she could only do as she was told. With one hand supporting Lu Yi, she used the other to check the 10 points map. After confirming the location of Ing Mountain, she led Hoopa in that direction. A carriage was traveling on the road. Its destination was Tassel Square. The driver was Kong Nyo, and inside the carriage was Hua Si. This kind of life had been going on for a long time. If there were no accidents, Hua Si would go to Tassel Square every day to treat the injured cultivators. Inside the carriage, she seemed to be thinking about something. Her gaze was absent-minded, and she would occasionally smile, as if she was recalling something fun. Suddenly, she lowered her head and looked at the back of her right hand. Someone had sent her a message, and only a few people from the Scattered Wanderers Society could contact her. After some checking, Hua Si suddenly jumped out of the carriage. Kong Nyo, who was driving the carriage, sensed the movement and quickly reined in the horse. When he turned his head to look, he saw that Hua Si had already returned to the way they came. From afar, he heard a voice saying, "We won't go out of the market today. You should come back too." "Oh." Kong Nyo responded and turned the carriage around. He didn't ask about the situation. To him, Hua Si's words were orders, and he only needed to follow them. After all, his life was given to him by Hua Si. Chapter 107. When Hua Si hurried back to Ing Mountain, Wan Lingyu greeted her. "How is he?" she asked. Wan Lingyu said solemnly, "His injuries are very serious." In all her life, she had never seen anyone so severely injured. To be honest, she found it strange that Lu Yi was still alive. It could be said that there was almost no part of Lu Ye's body that was intact. With such injuries, living was more painful than death. "Are you senior sister Hua Si? Please save Lu Yi." Yi walked up and looked up at Hua Si with a pleading face. Hua Si looked in the direction of the voice and was slightly stunned. Lu Yi had come alone last time. This time, a sweet-looking girl had brought him here. There was also a huge tiger lying on the ground. The tiger was supposed to be snow white, but the blood on its body had dyed most of its body red. It lay there, its chest rising and falling. Hua Si didn't waste time and asked, "Where is he?" Wan Lingyu said, "Where he used to live." "I'll go take a look." After a short while, in the bamboo house where Lu Yi used to live, Hua Si saw the young man who seemed to be drenched in blood. Even though she was used to seeing injured cultivators, she couldn't help but frown. This injury was simply too severe. She walked up to check on Lu Ye's condition, and her frown deepened. At that moment, the unconscious Lu Yi slowly woke up. He opened his eyes and looked at the woman sitting beside him with hazy vision. Their eyes met, and Hua Si chuckled. "Who is this? We're really fated to meet again so soon." Lu Yi was a little embarrassed. No matter what, he had been wrong to leave without saying goodbye last time. Even a god can't save such a serious injury. Hua Si shook her head slowly and said the most heartbreaking words in the softest voice. "If you have any last words, say them quickly. It'll be too late." Hua Yi, who was standing at the side, immediately burst into tears. Wan Lingyu's nose was also sour, and her eyes were red. She couldn't help but reach out and hug Yi, letting her vent her emotions on her chest. "Why are you scaring a child?" Lu Yi said weakly. "Don't listen to her nonsense." With a trembling hand, he reached into his storage bag and took out a bottle of pills. Hua Si said, "If I say you can't be saved, then you can't be saved. Quickly drag him out and bury him." Lu Yi took out another bottle of pills. Hua Si snorted softly and put away the 2 bottles of elixirs without leaving a trace. She said indifferently, "It's not like we can't save him." Then she turned to Wan Lingyu and said, "Lingyu, go and boil a pot of hot water." She then looked at Yi and said, "You stay and help." Wan Lingyu immediately responded and rushed outside, leaving Yi standing there bewildered. She looked at Lu Yi, only to find that she had fainted again. "I won't die." Hua Si kept taking things out of her storage pouch to make preparations. "Help me take off his clothes." Take off my clothes?" Yi was stunned. "He's injured all over. How can we save him without taking off his clothes? If you want him to die, You don't have to take it off. I'll do it. Yi immediately responded, looking as if she was going to take off her own clothes. She gritted her teeth and walked to the bed with solemn steps. The hot water was quickly boiled, and Hua Xiai had already begun to treat Lu Yi. The whole room was filled with a green light that gave people warmth and vitality. Wan Lingyu ran out with a red face and stood guard at the door, ready to be ordered at any time. Under Hua Xi's guidance, Yi used the hot water to clean the dirt around Lu Ye's wounds. They busied themselves until noon. Compared to his previous injuries, Lu Ye's injuries this time looked more serious and frightening. But in fact, they were much better. After all, he was injured by a sharp weapon, while the last time he was injured by a spell. The two situations were different. It was just that there were too many wounds, so it was more troublesome to treat. Hua Xiai wiped the sweat from her forehead and turned to look at Yi. Do you want me to save the big tiger outside? Yi nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes. In this half a day, she had witnessed Hua Xi's medical skills with her own eyes. Under her treatment, Lu Ye's breathing became much steadier. Although his face was still pale, it was better than before. How could she not know that this beautiful senior sister in front of her was a medical cultivator? Hu Po was also injured, but his injuries were not as serious as Lu Ye's. As Hu Po's companion spirit, she could clearly sense Hu Po's condition. Then I'll put the consultation fee on him, Hua Xiai said, then pushed the door open and left. A moment later, Hu Po's groans could be heard from outside. A full day later, Lu Yi woke up again. His body was weak and aching all over, especially his right lung. However, he knew that this was a good thing. If his right lung remained numb, it would be the most troublesome. Lu Yi, you're awake. Yi's voice sounded. Then, her face came closer and she looked at Lu Yi in surprise. Lu Yi smiled at her and tried to get up, but he didn't have the strength. Yi took the initiative to help him up and let him lean against the headboard. He glanced around and saw Hua Xiai sitting beside him with a bowl of green medicine in her hands. Lu Ye's expression turned bitter. Since you're awake, drink the medicine. Hua Xiai leaned forward and handed him the bowl of medicine. Lu Yi wanted to raise his hand, but he couldn't. He could only stare at her helplessly. Hua Xiai was quite helpless. She got up and fed the medicine to Lu Yi. As she did so, she said, "Feed him a spirit pill." Cough, cough, cough. Lu Yi almost choked to death. This black-hearted woman was really obsessed with money. If you dare spit it out, I'll stuff the bowl in your mouth. Hua Xiai smiled, her voice as gentle as water. Yi turned to look at Hua Xiai in disbelief. It was as if she was getting to know her all over again. After drinking the medicine, Hua Xiai checked Lu Ye's condition and nodded. It's good to have abundant blood and qi. You recover faster than others. Hua Xiai had said this before. Lu Ye's blood and qi were much stronger than cultivators of the same level. At first, she suspected that Lu Yi wanted to walk the path of a body cultivator. Then, let's start today's treatment. Hua Xiai clapped her hands. Yi immediately walked out of the room. Lu Yi was puzzled. When Hua Xiai lifted the bedding, he discovered that he was naked. Fortunately, his entire body was bandaged tightly. He was literally wrapped up like a dumpling. A green light began to flicker. Lu Yi crawled onto the bed, feeling the pain and numbness of his wounds. Didn't you say you were called Iya? Hua Xiai suddenly asked. Why did that little girl called Yi call you Lu Yi? Lu Yi had stayed here for half a month last time, so he had naturally reported his name to Hua Xiai. My surname is Lu, and my courtesy name is E, Lu Yi explained in a serious manner. Is that so? Hua Xiai replied casually. Hiss. Lu Yi suddenly felt a piercing pain on his back. Ah, my hand slipped. I'm sorry. Hua Xiai chuckled. Don't give me that. Lu Yi was so angry that his lungs hurt. This is not the attitude a patient should have toward a doctor. Hua Xi's tone began to soften. Lu Ye's face darkened. He had a bad feeling. Chapter 108. It was a familiar environment, a familiar situation. However, compared to last time, Lu Yi only needed to lie in bed for 3 days before he could get out and walk around. Injuries caused by sharp weapons were undoubtedly easier to recover from. In addition to Hua Xi's daily treatment, he felt that he would be able to fully recover in no time. These days he didn't idle around. In accordance with Hua Xi's treatment, he took a few healing pills to speed up the recovery of his injuries. At the same time, he refined some small reversion pills to replenish his spiritual energy. After a few more days, his injuries improved. Under the moonlight, Lu Yi was practicing his saber. Not far away, under a large tree, Hu Po was resting, opening his bloody mouth to yawn from time to time. Yi sat there with her back against Hu Po's soft abdomen, hugging her knees. It was unknown what she was thinking. After a long time, she sighed and said to Hu Po in a low voice, "Hu Po, we're so useless." The reason why she felt this way was because she realized that ever since she followed Lu Yi out of Azure Cloud Mountain, the role they could play was very limited. It was very difficult for the two of them to participate in the battles that Lu Yi participated in. Whether it was facing Dong Shai's pursuit or the life and death battle with senior brother Zhou, it was all the same. In the end, it was still because they were too weak. Hu Po's greatest use was to carry Lu Yi on his journey, while her greatest use was to guard the surroundings when Lu Yi was resting. This made Yi feel a little powerless. If she and Hu Po had helped Lu Yi before, he wouldn't have suffered such heavy injuries. "We have to become stronger," Yi said to Hu Po. "Do you understand?" Hu Po opened his mouth and let out a whimper. "Then it's decided." Yi nodded heavily. When the moon was high in the sky and Lu Yi put away his saber, Yi ran over and looked up at him. "Lu Yi, Lu Yi! HM, can you give us more spirit pills?" Yi asked a little bashfully. "What do you want spirit pills for?" Lu Yi didn't understand. "Feed them to Hu Po. This way, you don't have to worry when you're busy." "I'll feed him." "That's fine." Lu Yi naturally wouldn't refuse such a small request, so he immediately took out a storage pouch and placed a few bottles of spirit pills inside. Yi happily ran back with the storage bag. She even found a sturdy rope and tied it around Hu Po's neck. This way he could use it at any time. She took out a Yun spirit pill from her storage bag and stuffed it into her hand. "Eat it, eat more. You have to become stronger." Under the unceasing impact of the spiritual energy, the barrier of the spiritual aperture slowly loosened, gradually breaking open, and spiritual energy flowed into the new spiritual aperture. The 46th aperture was opened. When he set off from Ming Mountain to look for Hu Po, he had already opened 37 apertures. While he was looking for Hu Po, he had also been cultivating at night, with the double support of the gluttony meal and the spirit gathering rune. His speed of opening apertures had become very fast. When he found Hu Po, he had already opened 41 apertures. It had been 12 days since Lu Yi returned to Ying Mountain. Except for the first few days when Lu Yi did not cultivate, he did not waste the rest of the time. Recuperating did not affect his enlightenment of the acupores. It could even be said that he had more time to cultivate. As of today, he had opened 46 apertures. Under normal circumstances, the minimum requirement for the fourth order spirit stream realm was to open 45 apertures. Of course, this was under the premise that one only cultivated one secret art. However, because Lu Yi first cultivated the yellow-grade golden cicadas unfettered secret art and an auxiliary secret art like the gluttony meal, these two secret arts did not coincide with the red lotus soaring the heavens secret art he was currently cultivating. Therefore, if he wanted to break through to the fourth order spirit stream realm, he would need to open 2 more spirit apertures. In other words, as long as he opened 1 more aperture, Lu Yi would be able to break through to the fourth order spirit stream realm. At the same time, he would be able to change the path of his spiritual energy to that of the red lotus soaring the heavens secret art. The two spirit apertures that did not coincide were not useless. Lu Yi had studied the later stages of the Red Lotus, soaring the heavens, secret art, and knew that the two spirit apertures were included in the fifth order spirit stream realm. Therefore, when he broke through to the fifth order spirit stream realm, he would open two fewer spirit apertures. In the ninth order spirit stream realm, the fourth order spirit stream realm, and the seventh order spirit stream realm were watersheds. This was because the first three stages only required one to open 9 apertures to break through, but the fourth order spirit stream realm required at least 18 apertures. Once the spirit chi passed through these spirit apertures and formed a minor heavenly cycle, it would bring about a great improvement to a cultivator. Under normal circumstances, a fourth order spirit stream realm cultivator would not need to spend much effort to kill a third order spirit stream realm cultivator. Only someone like Lu Yi, who could use his spirit inscriptions to fight, could make up for the difference in strength brought about by the difference in realms. With Lu Ye's current cultivation speed, he only needed one more spirit aperture to break through. However, today's cultivation time was a bit too long. Although there were not many hidden dangers after he swallowed a spirit pill, cultivation was still a boring thing. If he meditated for too long, his blood and chi would stagnate. He opened his eyes and checked his spirit pills, letting out a slight sigh. The price to pay for the rapid growth of his strength was a huge consumption of spirit pills. Now, every time he opened an orifice, he would need about 14 or 15 spirit pills. In addition to the consultation fees for Hua Ci, Hupa, and Yi, he did not have many spirit pills left. After he broke through to the fourth order spirit stream realm, he would have to go to the Heavenly Secret Commerce Union again. Right now, he only had 6 magnetic ores left to sell. Lu Yi, who was guarding the side, came over. "What's wrong?" Lu Yi raised his head and looked at her. Yi asked, "Will we stay here?" These days, she and Wan Lingyu had slowly become familiar with each other, and the relationship between the two girls was getting better and better. From Wan Lingyu, she learned about the situation when Lu Yi came here last time. She also knew that Lu Yi went back to look for her, and Hu Po, which made her very touched. They had gone through trials and tribulations together, and had gone through life and death together. Their relationship had undoubtedly become closer. "Do you want to stay here?" Yi tilted her head and thought for a moment. "Lingyu is a good person. Senior sister Hua Ci is also very good, and the others are also very good. It would be good if we could stay here, but it's still up to you. No need to look at me. If you want to stay, you can stay. This group of people is really good." "Oh, then I won't stay." Yi raised her head and looked at him, then said with a smile, "Since we set off together, then let's go down together. We'll stay with you." Lu Yi raised his hand and patted her head. Yi immediately became a little annoyed. "Why are you patting my head? You're making me look like a child." Lu Yi grabbed her head and rubbed it hard. "I'm so angry." Yi finally got rid of his evil clutches, stomped her feet, and ran out. Soon, the sound of her and Wan Lingyu's laughter came from next door. Chapter 109. In Tassel Square, Lu Yi slowly walked out of the Heavenly Secret Commerce Union under the respectful escort of a steward. The final 6 pieces of primary magnetic ores were sold. Even the storage pouches he obtained from the cultivators from Serene Cloud Mountain were sold to the Heavenly Secret Business Alliance. Lu Yi didn't sell senior brother Zhou's storage bag. Instead, he spent some money to ask the old cultivator of the Commerce Union to open the seal, wanting to see if there was anything good inside. The result was disappointing. Comparing the harvest with the investment, not only did he not make a profit, he even lost money. It was true that opening a storage bag was risky, and one had to be cautious when investing. The most valuable thing on senior brother Zhou's body was probably his spirit artifact sword, but it was cut in half by Lu Yi during the fight. This lesson made him secretly decide that as long as the storage bags he obtained in the future didn't belong to a young master, he would pack them up and sell them. On the other hand, the beast taming collar was sold for more than a dozen spirit stones. This thing was Senior Sister Yu's spirit artifact, specifically used to deal with monster beasts. It had limited uses, so it wasn't worth much. Lu Yi basically exchanged all the spirit stones for spirit pills, leaving only 30 spirit stones as backup. After all, transactions with cultivators were basically based on spirit stones. Using spirit pills was fine, but it was a bit of a loss. 10 spirit stones could only buy 9 spirit pills in the Commerce Union. The yuan magnetic, or he processed this time, was relatively large, so it was quite valuable. In the end, he obtained 500 spirit pills. Counting the dozens of spirit accumulating pills he had left, it was all his assets now. For a low-level cultivator, this was a huge fortune. But Lu Yi only needed a little calculation to know that these spirit pills wouldn't last long. Now that his cultivation was gradually improving, the efficiency of refining spirit pills had also increased. It would be even faster after he reached the 4th order. Hoopa had also become a pill eater. Lu Yi gave Yi a few bottles of spirit pills that day, but yesterday he asked and it seemed that there weren't many left. But it was undeniable that after only 10 days, Hoopa gave off a stronger sense of oppression. It had obviously grown a lot. Hua Ci privately told Lu Yi that Hoopa might be an extremely rare exotic beast. This could be seen from how it could transform Yi into a nightmare spirit. If this kind of exotic beast had enough resources, it could grow rapidly and was very likely to become a strong helper in the future. Lu Yi, on the other hand, didn't really see it. He didn't have much experience, and he only knew that he would have to find a way to earn cultivation resources in the future. The magnetic ores he had brought from the Evil Moon Valley had already been depleted. Once he used up all the spirit pills he had on hand, he could not count on the spirit gathering rune to slowly increase his strength. That would be too inefficient. Therefore, although Lu Yi had an abundance of spirit pills, his mood was very melancholy. Walking along the street, Lu Yi hurried towards Hua Ci's treatment center. Not long after, he heard an angry roar from the 2nd floor of a nearby restaurant. "Bring me wine." "Where is he? Are they all dead?" Lu Yi was slightly startled because this person's voice sounded a little familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. However, ever since he set off from Mount Qingyan, he had only met a few people along the way. How could he have met someone he knew here? He pondered for a moment, and his expression became solemn. He turned around and walked towards the restaurant. Just as he entered, someone greeted him. "Fellow Taoist, please come in. What would you like to eat? What would you like to drink?" Although he didn't bow and scrape like the waiters in the mortal world, his attitude was still very warm. Those who made a living in the market were basically rogue cultivators. They did not have a sect to rely on, nor did they have elders to take care of them. They could only use this method to slowly accumulate the resources needed for cultivation. "I'm looking for someone." Lu Yi lowered his voice and walked straight to the stairs. The rogue cultivator left with a smile. Lu Yi walked up the stairs step by step until he reached the stairs of the 2nd floor. He stopped and looked up. By the window, there was a disheveled man with disheveled hair sitting upright. There were a few side dishes in front of the table, and the table and floor were full of wine jars. This person seemed to have encountered something extremely unpleasant and was drowning his sorrows in wine. Lu Yi only glanced at him and immediately retreated, his heart thumping. "Dong Shai." When he heard the voice just now, although Lu Yi felt that it was familiar, he thought that it was unlikely. To be safe, he took the risk and went up to confirm. At a glance, he found that this person was really Dong Shai, the one who was chasing him. He did not know what happened to Dong Shai. Now, this guy no longer had the majestic aura he had when he was chasing him. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was a stray dog. He looked extremely bleak, and there was a scar on his cheek. Lu Yi couldn't figure it out. Why would Dong Shai come here? What was certain was that he was not here to look for him. At that time, he must have thought that he had killed him, so he left. If he was really here to kill him, he would not be hiding here and drowning his sorrows in wine. He recalled what Hua Xiai had told him last time. The Jiuxing sect's encampment had been taken over by the Xian sect. The entire encampment had been burned down by the Xian sect. But even so, the station was still there. It was just that 9 Stars sect had to spend a lot of money to rebuild it. Profound sect did not have the ability to occupy 2 stations. Now, it seemed that although 9 Stars sect station had been captured, Dong Shai was still alive. After all, he was a 7th order Dharma cultivator and would not be killed so easily. Lu Yi did not understand why Dong Shai would appear here, but he was not interested in finding out. He only knew that he had to run away quickly. If he continued to stay in this area, if he was found by Dong Shai one day, even 10 lives would not be enough to kill him. On the 2nd floor, Dong Shai stared blankly at the street below, looking at the people coming and going. The noise in this world made him have the urge to kill everyone. That day, when he was chasing Lu Yi, he received a message from Chao Yi and hurried back to the sect station. What he saw was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The entire sect station was covered in flames. In that mess, Wang Yang, who had been waiting for a long time, came with his sword. He had been running back and forth all this time and had consumed a lot of spirit qi. Wang Yang had suppressed him with an action and naturally had the upper hand. What's more, he was not Wang Yang's opponent. In that battle, he was almost killed by Wang Yang on the spot. Although he was lucky enough to escape, 3 of his spirit apertures were destroyed by Wang Yang, causing his 7th order cultivation to fall to the 6th order. After hiding in the wilderness for more than a month to recuperate, he reappeared. Jiuxing sect had summoned him many times, but how could he dare to respond? The sect station had been captured and countless disciples had died. More importantly, the various blessings on the Heaven's Fate pillar had been taken away by the profound sect. The station could be rebuilt, the disciples could be recruited again, and the lost materials could be restocked, but those blessings were not so easy to recover. They were the result of decades of hard work by the entire sect's spirit stream realm cultivators. It could be said that in this battle, Jiuxing sect's many years of operation on the spirit stream battlefield had been destroyed. On top of that, the young sect master had been killed under his watch. Not to mention Dong Shai, a 7th order cultivator. Even a 9th order cultivator would not be able to bear such a responsibility. The sect had summoned him to answer to the matter. If Dong Shai dared to return, forget about the sun tomorrow. He would not even be able to see the moon tonight. He was afraid, so he used up all the merit points he had accumulated over the years to erase Jiuxing sect's brand from his battlefield mark and betrayed the sect. Chapter 110. Across the entire 9 provinces, traitors like Dong Shai were extremely rare because erasing the sect's brand required a large amount of merit points. But Dong Shai had no other choice. The merit points he had painstakingly accumulated over the years had all been used up, and he was now burdened with the identity and reputation of a traitor. With 3 of his spirit apertures broken and his path forward almost cut off, Dong Shai had reached a dead end. And the source of all this was that Tiger Crossing Mountain called Yi had killed 9 Stars sect's young master. If not for this, 9 Stars sect would not have accepted profound sect's declaration of war. If not for this, Dong Shai would not have taken the risk to personally chase after Yi, and 9 Stars sect station would not have been so easily breached. Thinking of the dead tiger crossing mountain, Dong Shai burned with anger, wishing he could dig out his corpse and cut it into 100 pieces. Dying like this was too easy for him. Fortunately, Dong Shai was not without a place to go. Over the past few years, he had built up some connections in the spirit stream battlefield, so even if his cultivation had fallen, he was still a 6th order. Moreover, as a 6th order, he was stronger than almost all ordinary 6th order cultivators, so he could easily find an 8th or 9th order force to join. But before that, he needed to stay far away from 9 Stars sect station, as the sect should already be searching for him. Ah, Lu Yi, are we leaving? Inside the room, Yi asked. Lu Yi nodded. It's time to go. Turning to look at her, you and Hoopa can stay. Don't even think about leaving us behind. Yi was a little annoyed. We agreed to start this journey together, so we will end it together. Do you think Hoopa and I are burdens? What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Yi flicked her forehead. Without Hoopa, I would have died long ago. Yi stretched out her hand and covered her forehead, huffing. That's why I'm the most useless one. You're also very useful. Useful in what way? Yi looked at him expectantly. Lu Yi thought about it seriously for a moment. When I rest, you stand guard next to me, so I can have a good night's sleep. And Yi lowered her head. Lu Yi raised her hand and pinched her face. All right, we'll leave tomorrow. Go and say goodbye to Lingyu. After Yi left, Lu Yi stood in place and thought for a while. He should also say goodbye to Hua Xiai. He had already left without saying goodbye the last time. No matter what, she had saved his life twice. It was inappropriate to keep doing this. Walking out of the bamboo building, Zhang Xian walked to the neighboring building and knocked lightly on the door. Hua Xiai opened the door and saw that it was Lu Yi. She asked warily, "What's wrong? What kind of drug do you want to drug me this time?" "Don't give me that." Lu Yi couldn't help but glare at her. "I was fooled by you last time. Do you think I don't know?" He only reacted a few days later. Hua Xiai was a fifth-order medical cultivator who was proficient in medicine. So how could she be so easily drugged by a pill? Even if that pill had such an effect, just sniffing it was impossible for it to have such a strong effect. Therefore, he took out the pink pill and sniffed it. In the end, nothing happened. Only then did he realize that he had been tricked by Hua Xiai. "I've been discovered." Lu Yi glared at her again before getting down to business. "I'll be leaving tomorrow, so I came to say goodbye to you. Thank you for saving my life twice." Hua Xiai blinked. "I'm a medical cultivator, and you're a patient. You gave me the pill, and I saved you. It's only right. No matter what, I still have to thank you," Lu Yi said seriously. Hua Xiai smiled. "Then I wish you a safe journey and a bright future." "Thank you." "Is there anything else?" "And? Nothing." "Then I'm going to rest." After the door closed, Lu Yi remembered that he had forgotten to add this woman as a friend. He raised his hand and was about to knock, but gave up after thinking about it. He might not have the chance to see her again in the future. The next morning, Hua Xiai, accompanied by Kong Niu, rushed to Tassel Square as usual. When Lu Yi left, she had already left. Instead, it was Ruan Lingyu, the little girl who came to see him off. She was reluctant to part, and her tears stained her scarf. Even after Lu Yi had ridden far away on Hoopa, he still saw her standing in front of the dilapidated mountain gate, waving her hand vigorously when he looked back. After descending the mountain, Hoopa began to run, and the surrounding scenery kept receding. Yi was not in a good mood. She had formed a deep friendship with Ruan Lingyu these days, and she was reluctant to part with her little friend all of a sudden. Lu Yi did not know how to comfort her, so he just let her be. He swallowed some pills on Hoopo's back and began to cultivate. He was only one step away from the fourth-order spirit stream realm, and he estimated that he would be able to reach it tomorrow. It was not until night time when Yi slowly recovered. She untied the storage bag tied around Hoopo's neck and took out a lot of medicinal powder and clean cotton cloth. "Where did you get these?" Lu Yi asked curiously while eating barbecue. "Senior sister Hua Xiai gave them to me," Yi explained. "She said that if you get injured again in the future, these medicines can be applied externally or taken orally." As for the clean cotton cloth, it was undoubtedly used to bandage wounds. Looking at these things, Lu Ye's mood was complicated. Although Hua Xiai was a bit greedy and her words were a bit hurtful, it was undeniable that she was a very warm-hearted person. Knowing that Lu Yi would often get injured in fights, she prepared these things for him. Really? Lu Yi curled his lips. If she had prepared these things for him, She should have just handed them to him when they parted yesterday. Why didn't she say anything? Lu Yi, has senior sister Hua Ci taken a fancy to you? Yi asked curiously. Hoopa, who was gnawing on a piece of meat, also raised his head and stared at Lu Yi with his shining tiger eyes. What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Yi put away the things. He did not think that he had such great charm that he could charm such a woman with just a few simple interactions. Hua Ci had saved many people, and in her eyes he was just a rich patient. But for Lu Yi, the kindness of saving his life twice was something he had to remember in his heart. The Scattered Wanderers Society was actually a pretty good place. If Lu Yi did not have to go to the Blue Blood Sects encampment, staying there would undoubtedly be a very good choice. He continued to cultivate. E had run off somewhere, and when she came back, she was sneaky and sneaky. At daybreak, they continued on their journey. E would occasionally disappear, and she would also take the storage bag that Lu Yi had given her. Lu Yi asked her what she was doing, but she would only smile mysteriously and refuse to tell him. She and Hoopa had a special connection. As long as they were not too far apart, they could sense each other, so Lu Yi was not worried that she would get lost. What's your surname? On the tiger's back, had a rare moment of peace, so Lu Yi asked. I don't remember. Shook her head. She could remember many things, but there were also many things that she could not remember. I see. Lu Yi thought for a moment. A person should have a surname. Why don't you take my surname? Take your surname? Tilted her head and thought for a moment, then smiled. All right, you're Lu Yi and I'm Lu Yi. Sounds like we're family. She suddenly jumped onto Hoopo's head, and facing the strong wind, she put her hands by her mouth and shouted, I'm Lu Yi. In the vast wilderness, her voice spread far and wide. Chapter 111. As the pill's energy dissolved and spirit energy flowed, the 47th aperture was gradually filled. On the second night after leaving Ying Mountain, Lu Yi met the requirements to break through to the fourth order. However, to break through to the fourth order, he had to first change his secret art, because he often switched between the gluttonous feast and the golden cicada carefree art. This wasn't difficult for him. Under Lu Ye's control, the spirit energy rapidly flowing in his body calmed down, and the connection between the various spirit apertures was broken. Following the red lotus, soaring the heavens route, he urged his spirit energy to flow from his source spirit aperture through the first spirit aperture, then the second, all the way to the 9th. Perhaps because it was the first time he had used the red lotus soaring to the heavens. This small cycle of circulation was very slow. Lu Yi maintained it calmly, and the spiritual energy that flowed like a stream in his 9 great spiritual cavities grew faster and faster, before finally starting to circulate on its own. The first minor heavenly cycle was completed. He then urged the 10th spirit aperture and poured the spirit energy into the 11th to 18th apertures, repeating the same process. A moment later, the second minor heavenly cycle was completed. A moment later, the third minor heavenly cycle was completed. Next was the fourth minor heavenly cycle. However, the difference between the third order spirit stream realm and the fourth order spirit aperture was a huge improvement, because the fourth minor heavenly cycle included as many as 18 spirit apertures. Because it was his first time using the minor heavenly cycle that included 18 spirit apertures, Lu Yi was a bit more cautious. After about half a cup of tea's time, his body shook slightly, and a wave of qi swept out in all directions, pressing down on the nearby bonfire. Fourth order spirit stream realm. Lu Yi was delighted, silently experiencing the changes in his body. Compared to the third order spirit stream realm, the fourth order spirit stream realm's growth was indeed huge. The benefits brought by the 18 spirit apertures were more than twice that of the previous origin stream realm. Now, the amount of spirit energy he could use in an instant was nearly 50% more than before, so the strength he could display was naturally stronger. Moreover, the red lotus, soaring the heavens, had many advantages compared to the golden cicada carefree art. One was an earth-grade secret art, while the other was a yellow-grade secret art. Naturally, the benefits they brought to cultivators were different. The most obvious change was the speed of the spirit energy in his body. There was a huge difference between the yellow-grade secret arts and earth-grade secret arts. The latter was at least 20% faster than the former. This kind of change would also increase the cultivator's strength. He stood up, drew out his long saber, and poured his spiritual power into it. In an instant, the surface of the saber turned red, as if there was a layer of burning flames attached to it. If such a sharp weapon was supplemented with sharpness spiritual tattoos, its lethality would be explosive. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows and casually waved his saber. Under the night sky, the saber danced like a fiery dragon. He swung his saber, and a short sound of something breaking through the air was heard. After breaking through to the fourth order, the increase in Yang Kai's strength was indeed not small, much greater than any of his previous breakthroughs. No wonder people said that the fourth and seventh order was a watershed. If he had this kind of cultivation when he fought against senior brother Zhou of Serene Cloud Mountain, he was confident that he could kill him at a very small price. Withdrawing his spirit energy and sheathing his saber, Lu Yi sat down again and took out the red lotus soaring to the heavens secret art to study. This earth-grade secret art came with several spirit techniques. Lu Yi had seen them before, but the requirements to cultivate them were a bit high. The lowest spirit technique required a fourth-order cultivation base. Lu Yi couldn't cultivate them before, but now he was qualified. To be honest, when he fought with Luo Ji before, he was quite envious of his opponent's ability to use spirit techniques. When low-level cultivators fought, the side with spirit techniques often had an advantage. On the other hand, Lu Yi could only face the spirit techniques head-on. If it weren't for his spirit tattoos, he would have been killed by Luo Ji. In the past, he had some spirit talismans to make up for the lack of means to fight, but Lu Yi only had a few spirit talismans left. The offensive ones had been used up long ago. If he could master a spirit technique, he wouldn't dare say how much his strength would increase, but at least he would have one more way to deal with the enemy. However, he wasn't in a hurry to investigate this spirit technique. He hadn't come into contact with these things before, so he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to see anything at the moment. It wouldn't be too late to slowly study it when he had time. At the moment, he was just exploring the spirit apertures needed to be opened for the fifth order. If he wanted to cultivate to the fifth order, he would need to open at least 63 spirit apertures, which was 18 more than the fourth order. However, because Lu Yi had opened 2 more spirit apertures before, which were included in the fifth order cultivation path, he only needed to open 16 more spirit apertures to reach the fifth order. With his current cultivation speed, as long as he had enough energy and wasn't disturbed, he estimated that it would only take him a month or so. Thinking back to when he was thrown into the spirit stream battlefield by the sect master, he was just a little cultivator with 3 spirit apertures opened. When he entered this place, he was confused and felt as if he was walking on thin ice. A pack of wolves could even trap him on a tree. Time flew by and 4 months had passed. Although his cultivation wasn't high, he had already passed the initial hardships. Moreover, his experiences in the past few months could be said to be rich and colorful. He participated in the war between 2 sects, was hunted down by masters whose cultivation far exceeded his own, fought with disciples from top forces who cultivated heaven-grade secret arts, and even fought with many people whose strength exceeded his own. Thinking of this, Lu Yi felt that these 4 months had been really rough and couldn't help but shed bitter tears for himself. But in the end, it was all in the past. In the past, his cultivation was low, so there was nothing he could do about it. But now he was a fourth-order cultivator. He didn't dare to say that he could walk unhindered in the outer ring, but at least his ability to protect himself had greatly increased. In the outer ring, there were many cultivators whose cultivation was lower than his, so he was no longer at the bottom. Now he was qualified to stand at the top and look down on others. Circulating his spirit chi, he looked down at his battlefield brand. The information recorded was as simple as ever. Name, Lu Yi identity, Blue Blood Sect, Disciple Cultivation, 47 Apertures Open Location, Spirit Stream Battlefield Merit Points, 174 when he left the Heaven-Splitting Gorge. He remembered that his merit points were 142, but after killing the 5 people from Nethercloud Mountain, he gained 32 merit points. Using his own method to calculate, he found that the numbers matched. It seemed that if he wanted to get more merit points, he would have to kill enemies above his realm. Lu Yi had a faint feeling that his merit points would be of great use in the future. When it was time to practice his saber, Lu Yi took off his shirt, revealing his strong upper body. The crisscrossing scars were shocking to the eye. Although these injuries had healed, the scars remained. Hua Ci still didn't have the ability to completely remove them. Saber after saber, Lu Ye's expression was meticulous as he hacked. 2 hours later, he put away his saber, sweating profusely. Walking to the side, he took out a water bag to wash his body before returning to the campfire to meditate. Now that he was a 4th order cultivator, he had to figure out how efficient his cultivation was and how many spirit pills he needed to open each aperture. Chapter 112. The night passed, and Lu Yi ended his cultivation. As he thought, after his cultivation improved, the number of spirit pills he needed to open an aperture also increased. Now that he was in the 4th order spirit stream realm, he needed to consume about 18 spirit pills to open a spirit aperture. Of course, because of the assistance of the spirit gathering spirit tattoo, this consumption was reduced correspondingly. As for efficiency, it didn't change much. With the support of the gluttonous meal's secret art, his speed of refining spirit pills had always been much faster than ordinary people. He had a premonition about the consumption of spirit pills because the consumption of spirit pills increased a lot when he opened the 46th and 47th apertures. Riding on Amber, he continued on his journey. With E accompanying him, he was not lonely. However, ever since they left Ing Mountain, she had become mysterious. Not only would she suddenly disappear when they were hurrying along, she would also occasionally leave when they were resting at night. She was very mysterious. Lu Yi asked her, but didn't get an answer, so he didn't ask any more. Until one day, when they passed by a market and Lu Yi went in to replenish his supplies, E suddenly handed her storage bag to him. "Take these and sell them." "What's inside?" Lu Yi was puzzled. She took the storage bag and opened it. She found that it was filled with many strange flowers and plants, as well as some plant roots and fruits. "These are herbs." Lu Yi suddenly understood what E had been doing during this time. She would disappear from time to time. She actually went to collect medicinal herbs. "How do you know these things?" Lu Yi was curious. E didn't have this kind of ability before. E proudly said, "Senior Sister Hua Ci taught me, and Ling Yu also taught me a lot." She explained, "Hoopa can't always rely on you to raise it. It's eating more and more now. What if it eats you until you collapse one day? So I asked Senior Sister Hua Ci and Ling Yu to teach me some medicinal principles, but I don't know how many spirit stones it can sell for. You'll know when you sell it." There were many types of herbs in the storage bag, and the quantity was not small. But it could be seen that because E was a beginner, the way she handled them was very rough. All kinds of herbs were piled up messily, and there were about 20 to 30 sets in total. Lu Yi smiled, then "I'll go sell them." "Okay." E nodded and went back into Hupo's body. There were many cultivators in the market with their demonic beasts. However, for low-level cultivators, it was impossible for them to tame demonic beasts that were too strong. Therefore, most of these demonic beasts were used as a means of transportation. Furthermore, every demonic beast had a beast-taming collar around its neck. Most of the demonic beasts were ferocious and ferocious. There were very few demonic beasts that were as handsome as Hupa. Therefore, As soon as Lu Yeqing appeared in the market, she attracted the attention of many cultivators. Some people even came to ask Lu Yi if he was willing to sell amber, but he refused. After purchasing a lot of food and a few sets of clothes from the market, Lu Yi brought Hu Pei to the Tianji Business Alliance. After half the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, he walked out again and left the market. Riding on Hu Po's back, Lu Yi smiled and said, "Not bad. I sold it for 4 spiritual stones." Yi didn't say anything and didn't show her face. For spiritual stones wasn't even enough for Hu Po to chew on for a day. This guy was eating more and more now, and his consumption was almost the same as Lu Ye's cultivation. However, his growth was also very obvious. Lu Yi advised, "The harvest is really good. Wandering cultivators are all like this, slowly accumulating. For spiritual stones can buy 4 spirit accumulation pills. Moreover, this is just the beginning. Once you get familiar with it, it will slowly get better." Yi still didn't say anything, obviously a little autistic. She originally thought that she could sell the medicinal herbs she had painstakingly collected for the past few days for a good price. But in the end, she was greatly disappointed. Since persuasion was useless, Lu Yi didn't say anything else. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. The little girl was still young, so it was normal for her to be a little emotional. While throwing spirit accumulation pills into his mouth and allowing the gluttonous meal to refine them, Lu Yi took out the red lotus soaring to the sky art and studied the spell inside. He had never learned spells before, and now there was no one to guide him. He had to rely on himself to figure out everything. As he studied, he entered a state of selflessness, and spiritual power slowly surged in his body. "I will find more and better herbs in the future." Half a day later, Yi suddenly appeared, sat in front of Lu Yi, and solemnly declared. Lu Yi looked up at her and smiled encouragingly. "I'm looking forward to it." Yi clenched her small fists and said fiercely, "I'll go find them now." After saying that, she jumped off the tiger's back and disappeared. Lu Yi shook his head and didn't try to persuade her. At this time, persuasion would only have the opposite effect. Yi's intention to supplement Hu Po's consumption was good, so Lu Yi let her be. On the tiger's back, Lu Yi studied the spell while urging his spiritual power. The first spell attached to the red lotus, soaring to the sky, art had a minimum cultivation requirement of the 4th order realm. The second spell's requirements were even higher, requiring one to reach the 7th order realm. The last spell required one to cultivate the red lotus soaring to the sky art to perfection, which was to open 180 apertures. The latter 2 spells were too far away from Lu Yi, so he was now studying the first spell, called Fire Phoenix. The more he studied, the more surprised Lu Yi became, because casting spells was very similar to constructing spirit inscriptions. Both required one to construct a specific pattern with one's own spiritual power. This pattern could be regarded as a closed circle, in which one's spiritual power would surge in a specific order and play a magical role. Are spells also the same as spirit inscriptions? Lu Yi couldn't help but have such doubts. Now that he was alone, there was no one to help him solve his doubts, so he could only study in silence. Fortunately, he had obtained 3 spirit inscriptions from the talent tree. Every time he obtained those spirit inscriptions, a large amount of complex information would be integrated into his mind, allowing him to completely master them. However, because Lu Yi hadn't studied them systematically, although he could easily stimulate the 3 spirit inscriptions and could even use them to fight, he was still in a state of not knowing how to use them. It was like cooking a dish. Lu Yi, as a chef, could only add various seasonings according to the various information he had obtained, and the dish he made would be delicious. However, a chef with rich cooking experience would know when to add the seasonings, how much to add, and how to control the heat. The dish he made would undoubtedly be more delicious. However, It was precisely because he had obtained all kinds of knowledge about the three spirit inscriptions that Lu Yi discovered after studying it that the fire phoenix didn't seem to be very difficult to cast. Chapter 113. Wow, what a beautiful quail! Under the night sky, Yi looked at the fat little bird in front of her. Its entire body glowed with a faint red light, and within the red light there were faint traces of gold flowing through it. If this bird hadn't been materialized by Lu Ye's spirit power, she would have held it up. A vein popped out on Lu Ye's forehead as he corrected her. What quail? This is a fire phoenix. Repeat after me. Fire. Phoenix. Phoenix. Yi stared at him with an expression that said, "This is clearly a quail. Don't think I'm blind." Hoopa also came over and lowered his head to sniff the fat bird that was flapping its wings in midair. He discovered that not only was this thing inedible, but it also seemed to be quite dangerous, so he leaped away. Lu Yi felt that he had been insulted. He had clearly studied a fire phoenix technique, but in the end, how did he come up with this thing? He checked the red lotus soaring to the heavens. There shouldn't be any problems with his method of casting and the activation of his spirit power. But where did it go wrong? How did the fire phoenix technique turn into the fire quail technique? Was this the result of studying it wholeheartedly for an entire day? Lu Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Among the various methods he had at his disposal, activating defensive spirit runes consumed the most energy. Sharpness was secondary. As for spirit-gathering spirit runes, they were very small. The fire phoenix technique's consumption was between defensive and sharpness. After studying it for an entire day, in addition to the dozen or so previous attempts, he finally succeeded. But the result was like this. He found it hard to accept. It was like a man who had just become a father and suddenly saw that his newborn child was incomparably ugly. He wanted nothing more than to stuff it into the mother's womb and let it be reborn. However, the result was already like this. Whether he accepted it or not, he was powerless to change it. Could this thing be used to fight enemies? He was afraid that before it could burn the enemy to death, it would make the enemy laugh to death. All right, this is a fire phoenix. Yi saw that Lu Yi looked like he had suffered a huge blow and said against her will, "This is a quail." Lu Yi raised his hand, and the quail dissipated in midair. He walked to the side, took off his shirt, and began to practice his saber. As expected, spells and whatnot were all trash. Only saber techniques belonged to him. "If I study spells in the future, I'll be a pile of shit," he swore in his heart. 10 days later, a large snow-white tiger broke into a forest of mountain peaks. Lu Yi sat upright on the tiger's back, looking travel-worn. It had been more than 4 months since he set off from Mount Qingyan, but he had only spent half of that time on the road. Many times, he had been delayed by various reasons. He was in a hurry to rush to the Jade Blood Sect station, so he had not stopped since he set off from mounting. Right now, they were still very far away from the Blue Blood Sect's encampment. But a journey of 1,000 miles began with a single step and would eventually come to an end. From the map, this area was called the 100 Peaks Mountain because there were exactly 100 mountains of various sizes. There were also 3 forces in the vicinity. Lu Yi didn't want to have too much contact with those who came from sects so as to avoid accidentally exposing his identity. So he planned to pass through the 100 Peaks Mountain. He had been doing this all along the way, so he rarely interacted with cultivators. Although the 100 Peak Mountain covered a large area, with Hupo's speed, he should be able to cross it in a few days. Yi especially liked this kind of place because she could find a lot of medicinal materials in this wilderness. Ever since she had been stimulated by selling medicine that day, she had become even more diligent. At this time, on the most central mountain peak of the 100 Peaks Mountain, there stood a giant palace. Many cultivators were going in and out of the palace. In the center of the palace, a giant moon shadow plate was placed in the center. That moon shadow plate was circular and included the entire terrain of the 100 Peaks Mountain. It clearly showed everything. Not only that, it could also monitor the movements of the cultivators in the 100 Peaks Mountain and provide feedback in a direct way. On the shadow moon disk, there were 3 different colored lights constantly flashing. One was blue, the second was black, and the third was red. Each light spot represented a cultivator. The brighter the light spot, the higher the strength of the cultivator. The 3 colors represented 3 sections. They were the 3 powerhouses scattered around the 100 Peaks Mountain. One belonged to the Grand Heaven Alliance, the Green Feather Mountain. The other 2 belonged to the 10,000 Devil Mountain. They were the Supreme Luo sect and the Qin clan. The latter was a family powerhouse. Across the entire 9 prefectures, there were very few family powerhouses that could achieve great things. It was because there were great limitations for a family to develop. Of course, nothing was absolute. There were still a few families with deep foundations in the 9 prefectures. Among the 7th, 8th, and 9th stage, there were still many family powerhouses. In fact, Yu Shaodai and the Lu brothers that Lu Yi had met at the Evil Moon Valley all came from a family. Only because they were too weak and did not have a stage, they could not resist when the people of the Evil Moon Valley came to their door. Although the Qin clan was also a 9th stage powerhouse, compared to the real 9th stage sects, there was still some difference. Fortunately, there was the Supreme Luo sect nearby, and they could look after each other. Thus, the days in the spiritual stream battlefield were not too difficult. Currently, the 3 powerhouses were holding a dragon spring meeting. Thus, many cultivators from the 3 families had gathered at the 100 Peaks Mountain. This tradition had been going on for hundreds of years and was held every 3 years. The reason was because of the dragon spring hidden underneath the main hall. This was a spring water that contained a miraculous power. When the spring water gushed out, a spiritual mist would appear. When the martial artists entered it, they could refine their body and dissolve the poison of pills. To the low-level martial artists, the stronger their body, the better. Especially for those martial artists who are going to walk the path of body training, the Dragon Spring could help them establish a good foundation for their training. There were many rare resources in the spirit stream battlefield, such as some minerals and spirit fruits. They were all unique to the battlefield and could not be found anywhere else in the 9 provinces. Many forces had fought each other for these resources for countless years, forming a blood feud. To the outer powerhouses like the Green Feather Mountain, the Supreme Luo sect, and the Qin clan, the Dragon Spring was without a doubt an extremely important resource. Initially, when the Dragon Spring was discovered, the Qin clan did not exist. Each time, many people would die in the competition between the Supreme Luo sect and the Green Feather Mountain. However, because the Green Feather Mountain had a stronger foundation, they won each time. Until 50 years ago, the Qin clan chose a base nearby and also joined the competition. Since they both belonged to the 10,000 Devil Mountain, the Qin clan and the Supreme Luo sect were natural allies. With 2 against 1, how could the Green Feather Mountain be their opponent? Before this, even if the Green Feather Mountain won, the power of the Dragon Spring could not be used up. It was because the number of martial artists in a sect was limited. After the martial artists of the Green Feather Mountain left, the martial artists of the Supreme Luo sect could still drink some leftovers. Although it was somewhat desolate, it was better than nothing. However, now that it was the Supreme Luo sect and the Qin clan's turn to win, the situation was different. The 2 sects had more martial artists than one. Every 3 years, the power of the Dragon Spring could only be accumulated. Once the martial artists of these 2 sects were used up, the Dragon Spring would become the same as ordinary spring water and would not have the slightest effect of refining the body. After a few times, the Green Feather Mountain had flipped the table. Chapter 114. At one of the Dragon Spring meetings 30 years ago, the Green Feather Mountain had directly invited a 6th-level sect to intervene. Of course, the result was a great defeat for the Supreme Luo sect and the Qin clan. While the Green Feather Mountain had allies, the Supreme Luo sect and the Qin clan also had allies. With the Green Feather Mountain breaking the rules first, the Supreme Luo sect and the Qin clan were not willing to be outdone. In the following few Dragon Spring meetings, the allies from all sides took the stage. countless skeletons of martial artists were buried at the 100-Peak Mountain. After 3 or 5 times of such battles, the 3 parties realized that no one would benefit from such a battle, not to mention the fact that the losing party would suffer great losses. Even the winning party would have to share a large portion of the dragon spring. They would only be able to keep less than 20% of the share. Additionally, such large-scale battles could easily cause chaos and cause a large number of martial artists to die in battle. In those few dragon spring meetings, the 3 powerhouses had suffered much greater losses than before. If this continued, most likely the inheritance of the 3 powerhouses would be broken. In the end, with the Supreme Luo sect taking the lead, the advanced martial artists of the 3 powerhouses discussed and signed contract under the witness of Tianji. It was that in the future, no one would seek help from allies. However, considering that the Green Feather Mountain was going to fight 2 against 1, they were allowed to gather help from nearby areas. At the same time, they limited the strength of the martial artists participating in the Dragon Spring meetings. In addition, they would give the Green Feather Mountain some preferential treatment in other aspects. It was not that the Supreme Luo sect and the Qin clan were showing weakness. Both powerhouses knew that this was the only way to ensure the continuation of their martial artists. Or else, in the 3 years of large-scale chaos, countless people would die. Clearly, the Green Feather Mountain was sensible. After signing all kinds of contracts, both parties were satisfied. Since 15 years ago, the Dragon Spring meetings had formed the current pattern. As for the help the Green Feather Mountain needed, naturally they would be the freelance martial artists from nearby areas. For this reason, the Green Feather Mountain offered generous conditions and attracted countless freelance martial artists to scramble like a flock of ducks. In the previous few Dragon Spring meetings, the Green Feather Mountain had held the advantage. Although it could not be said as a total victory, at least they had taken the majority share of the final spots. However, a few days after the start of this Dragon Spring meetings, the Green Feather Mountain had suffered great losses as they lost their mountains one after another. The 100-Peak Mountain had exactly 100 mountain peaks. In the initial contract signed by the 3 powerhouses, they had also agreed on the distribution of the share of the Dragon Spring. That was to fight for the ownership of these 100 mountains. Among the contracts signed in the past, there was a clause that granted the Green Feather Mountain certain preferential treatment. Among the 100 mountain peaks, the Green Feather Mountain had initially occupied 40 of them. Among the remaining 60, the Supreme Luo sect occupied 35 and the Qin clan 25. In other words, if this situation continued until the end of the Dragon Spring meeting, Green Feather Mountain would occupy 40% of the spots to enter the Dragon Spring, and they would be the first batch to enter. The Tai Luo sect took 35% and was the second batch to enter. In the end, the Qin clan occupied 25%. Although this distribution wasn't perfect, both sides were satisfied. However, since it was a competition, it was impossible for the Dragon Spring Association to maintain such a situation until the end. Since 3 days ago, the competition for the various mountain peaks had begun. Currently, among the 100 mountain peaks, the Green Feather Mountain occupied 35, the Supreme Luo sect occupied 40, and the Qin clan occupied 25. The main reason was that, in the first few days, the Qin clan did not make any movements. It was all between the Green Feather Mountain and the Supreme Luo sect. In the main hall, there were 3 people surrounding the shadow moon disk in a triangular formation, each corresponding to the 3 colored light spots on the disk. The person in charge of the Green Feather Mountain was Tang Wu. This person was about 30 years old and had a heroic figure. Just by standing there, he gave people the feeling that he was as immovable as a mountain, and his vitality was extremely vigorous. The one from the Supreme Luo sect was a coquettish woman called Han Jiyu. She was dressed in an unusually bold and unrestrained manner. She sat upright on an armchair, her 2 long legs propped up on the shadow moon disk. Her slender jade feet were smooth and flawless, and her 10 feet were painted with a dark red color. Snow white and dark red. The clash of colors made people's imaginations run wild. Her dress, which had a slit to the base of her thigh, could not hide her beauty at all. It attracted the attention of the disciples of the three families who were walking back and forth, but she acted as if no one was there. Behind her stood a fair-skinned young man who was gently massaging her shoulders. The one from the Qin clan was Qin Wanli, a thin man with a crescent-shaped saber at his waist. He looked at Han Jiyu from time to time, and when their eyes met, Han Jiyu would throw him a coquettish glance, causing Qin Wan Li to giggle foolishly. All three of them were at the Ninth Order Spirit Stream Realm. Normally, they would be tempering themselves in the core of the battlefield, but they had returned here to preside over the Dragon's spring meeting. Although there was a contract witnessed by Heaven's secret, and none of the three parties dared to violate it, there were still many loopholes. Therefore, every time the Dragon's spring meeting began, a Ninth Order from each party would come back to preside over the overall situation. How could such people be seen in the outer circle? For example, it was not that the Profound Sect and Nine Star Sect did not have Ninth Order cultivators, but they usually only had a Seventh Order and a Sixth Order cultivator overseeing their sect's encampments. Among the three, Tang Wu's face was cold, and he had an unapproachable posture. Han Jiyu was seductive, and as for Qin Wanli, he looked quite harmless. "Take your dog's paw off, or I don't mind cutting it off." Tang Wu looked up at Han Jiyu and said, coldly. Han Jiyu pursed her lips and smiled. "What? You can't afford to play? Are you going to flip the table like 30 years ago?" Seeing that Tang Wu was in a bad mood, she was naturally in a good mood. They were enemies, so there was no need to be polite. However, under Tang Wu's fierce gaze, she still took her foot off and turned to Qin Wanli. "Let's work together to kill this guy." Qin Wanli continued to smirk. "Senior Sister Han, you must be joking. I'm not that capable." "Coward!" Han Jiyu curled her lips, looking a little bored. After a short while, someone came up to Tang Wu and whispered a few words. Tang Wu nodded slightly. After that person left, Tang Wu looked at Han Jiyu. "Your Tai Luo sect really hides a lot. You're willing to let such a large number of disciples be raised by other sects. Aren't you afraid that they will be nurtured by others?" The three forces were all in the same area, so no one could hide anything from the others. Therefore, Tang Wu had been wondering what had gone wrong. Why had Green Feather Mountain suffered such a great loss in just a few days of the war? It wasn't until now that he received accurate information. Tai Luo sect had accepted a group of talented disciples before, but they didn't place them in their own sect. Instead, they let them cultivate in a friendly force. This time, they suddenly returned to participate in the Dragon Spring meeting, catching Blue Feather Mountain by surprise. Those cultivators were now quite strong, and there was no lack of Fifth Order cultivators among them. One had to know that the cultivators participating in the Dragon Spring meeting were limited to Second Order and Fifth Order cultivators. The reason for this limitation was that First Order cultivators didn't have much combat experience, so they could easily die in such a battle. As for Sixth Order cultivators, their cultivation was too high. If they accidentally killed some low-level cultivators, they would lose a lot of merit points. This was something that no cultivator could bear. At the same time, to avoid unnecessary casualties, the cultivators participating in the Dragon Spring meeting were limited in their cultivation. It could be said that the cultivator with the highest cultivation in the entire 100-Peak Mountain was Fifth Order. Originally, Blue Feather Mountain's Fifth Order cultivators had an absolute advantage, but the sudden appearance of a group of people from Tai Luo sect broke the balance. This was the direct reason for Blue Feather Mountain's loss. Chapter 115. This was related to the fact that Green Feather Mountain had occupied the most peaks in the early stages of the Dragon Spring meeting. Occupying more peaks was not necessarily a good thing, so Green Feather Mountain had to disperse their forces to guard these peaks. Now that they had lost 10 peaks in a row, Green Feather Mountain's defenses had become even tighter. making it difficult for Tai Luo sect to make any progress. Moreover, Green Feather Mountain had not lost many people. The cultivators who had been guarding the peaks had not chosen to fight recklessly after sensing the strength of the enemy, preserving a large portion of their strength. The current disadvantage was only temporary and would not determine the final result. After a few days of dealing with the enemy, Green Feather Mountain was clearly ready to counterattack. On the topographic map projected by the shadow moon disk, fierce battles had already broken out on several peaks where the blue and black dots intersected. The cultivators on both sides were locked in a fierce battle, and from time to time, dots of light would be annihilated. The blue dots were the cultivators of Green Feather Mountain, the black dots were Tai Luo sect, and the red dots represented the Qin clan. Tang Wu and the other two's gazes were focused on the battlefield. They were judging the situation based on the number of remaining light spots. Gradually, Han Jiyu's expression became unsightly because it was obvious that the Tai Luo sect was at a disadvantage in this confrontation. Half an hour later, the result came out. Green Feather Mountain had taken back 2 peaks. Han Jiyu immediately became unhappy and snorted coldly, "A bunch of trash!" Tang Wu still stood there, motionless like a mountain, neither happy nor worried. "A rogue cultivator has broken in," Qin Wanli suddenly said. Tang Wu and Han Jiyu turned their heads to look and saw a white dot of light on the shadow moon disk, appearing at the edge. Spirits streamed forth layer. Han Jiyu judged the opponent's cultivation from the brightness of the white dot of light and pursed his lips. "This guy's luck is really bad." The reason why he said this was because the location where the white speck of light appeared was the territory of the Tai Luo sect. There was a large stretch of mountain peaks there that was occupied by the Tai Luo sect. There were at least 5 or 6 black specks of light guarding each mountain peak. Although a 4th order origin realm cultivator wasn't low in this area, it wasn't high either. Any 5th order origin realm cultivator could easily deal with him. The 100-peak mountain covered a large area. It was impossible for the 3 forces to waste their energy to seal off the entire 100-peak mountain during the Dragon Spring Conference. Moreover, the nearby rogue cultivators knew that the Dragon Spring Conference was being held. Other than those rogue cultivators gathered by Green Feather Mountain, no one else would rashly barge in. However, there were always exceptions to everything. During the many Dragon Spring conclaves, it was not that there were no rogue cultivators who had mistakenly entered the 100-peak mountain. Most of those rogue cultivators did not have a good ending. If they had barged in from Green Feather Mountain, there was still a chance that they would be recruited by Green Feather Mountain. However, if they had barged in from the territory of the Supreme Luo sect or the Qin clan, then he would be sorry. Due to the previous contract, the Green Feather Mountain could recruit these outsiders as helpers. However, the Tai Luo sect and the Qin clan could only rely on their own strength. As a precaution, the Tai Luo sect and the Qin clan would not allow outsiders to become active at the 100-peak mountain. Which camp do you think he belongs to? Han Jiyu looked at the white light with great interest. As a 9th order cultivator, she had no choice but to come back and preside over the Dragon Spring meeting. It was actually a very boring thing. She couldn't kill or beat these little guys, so she could only find some entertainment for herself. Qin Wanli chuckled and said, "Senior Apprentice Sister Han says he belongs to whichever camp he belongs to." This was equivalent to not saying anything. "Tang Wu, what about you?" Han Jiyu looked up at Tang Wu. Tang Wu ignored her, causing Han Jiyu to curl her lips. "Blockhead!" She turned to look at Qin Wanli. "Do you want to bet?" Qin Wanli said, "It's rare for Senior Sister Han to have such an interest. Junior brother will naturally accompany you." 200 merit points. Han Jiyu immediately became excited. "Cough, cough." Qin Wanli coughed violently. "A little bet for fun, a little bet for fun." After he finished speaking, he did not give Han Jiyu a chance to speak and directly said, I bet 20 merit points that this person is from the 10,000 Devil Ridge. Han Ji-yu snorted lightly, her interest waning. How boring! She leaned back and raised her hands high, lying on the armchair with her arms and legs spread out. Her posture was very suggestive, and she did not have the demeanor of a ninth-order cultivator at all. 200 merit points. I bet he is from the Grand Heaven Alliance. Tang Wu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. Han Ji suddenly stood up and looked at Tang Wu, pursing her lips into a charming smile. Okay, I'll bet with you. Heaven's secret witness. Heaven's secret witness. In an instant, 3 pairs of eyes focused on the white dot of light. They watched as the dot of light approached the nearest mountain at an extremely fast speed. On the tiger's back, Lu Yi frowned. He did not know if it was an illusion, but he had a feeling that he was being spied on. But when he looked carefully, he found nothing. This made him vigilant, and he even called Yi, who was picking herbs nearby, back. They continued forward without any accidents until they climbed up the nearest mountain, where Hoopa suddenly stopped. Sitting on the tiger's back, Lu Yi pressed his right hand on the hilt of his saber, secretly urging his spirit chi. Hoopa also lowered his body and growled. There's an ambush here. Lu Yi was clearly aware of this, and he had already stepped into someone's ambush. He did not know who was lying in ambush here, nor did he know why they were lying in ambush here. He did not even know the cultivation of these people. The current situation was very unfavorable for him. A strong wind blew at the top of the mountain, and the leaves rustled. Suddenly, a person's voice rang out not far away. Lightning flash! Lu Yi turned his head towards the direction of the voice and saw a young man sitting on the trunk of a big tree. The young man was looking at him quietly. It was this person who had spoken, urging his spirit chi. Lu Yi saw the spirit chi on the young man's body. A fourth-order cultivator. He frowned and asked tentatively, Lei Ming? With the sound of something breaking through the air, Lu Yi hurriedly lowered his head. 2 sharp arrows came from the left and right, passing through the top of his head, cutting off a few strands of hair. The other party's attack came without any warning. If Lu Yi had not experienced many life and death battles in the past few days, he would not have been able to avoid this attack. He had obviously misunderstood the other party's signal, and the cultivator lying in ambush here was extremely decisive. The moment the signal was wrong, he immediately attacked. Hoopa had already rushed to the left. Lu Yi stepped on the tiger's back and jumped up, blocking an arrow flying towards his face in midair. His eyes locked onto the young man who had spoken before. At the same time the other party launched his attack, he jumped down from the tree trunk, a long sword in his hand, and attacked Lu Yi. Just as Lu Yi landed, the young man was already in front of him. His long sword was like a snake's tongue, aiming straight for Lu Ye's heart. He really wanted to kill at the slightest wrong word. Chapter 116. Facing the sharp sword, Lu Yi did not dodge and instead slashed down at the youth. A fiery red light flashed across the blade, and it seemed as if it was on fire. Seeing Lu Ye's ferocity, the youth was obviously taken aback and quickly changed his stance, blocking with his sword. With a loud bang, the moment the sword and blade collided, the youth's sword flew out of his hand and he was forced to retreat again and again. The shock in his eyes deepened, but before he could do anything, Lu Ye's saber slashed down like a storm. Since leaving Blue Cloud Mountain, Lu Yi had been practicing his saber for more than 2 hours a day as long as conditions permitted. This kind of exercise may not allow him to master any profound saber techniques, but it made his foundation more and more solid. Coupled with the experience he had accumulated over the past few days, the current Lu Yi was no longer the young man who had just left Blue Cloud Mountain. He had slowly formed his own fighting style, which was ferociousness and sharpness. This was because he had the defensive spirit inscriptions to rely on. If the young man hadn't changed his move in a hurry to block his first slash, that slash would have cleaved his opponent into 2. The youth's cautiousness had allowed him to walk through the gates of hell, but that was all. Banging sounds continued to ring out, and with every saber strike, the youth was forced back 3 steps. Under the powerful impact, the space between his thumb and forefinger began to crack. He howled in his heart. Where did this madman come from? How could he be so aggressive? Even though they were both fourth-order cultivators, the youth's strength was far inferior to this madman's. When the other party attacked with his saber, the vitality around his body was so strong that the youth couldn't help feeling like the guy in front of him was a fierce beast that had just escaped from a cage and was about to devour him. Out of the corner of his eye, the youth caught a glimpse of 2 of his junior brothers approaching from behind. As long as he could hold on for a few more breaths, he would be able to join forces with his 2 junior brothers to attack the other party. While retreating, the youth reached out to his storage bag, but just as he took out a spirit talisman and was about to use it, he heard a crisp cracking sound. The youth was shocked as he caught a glimpse of his sword breaking in the middle from the corner of his eye. The broken blade flew out at an angle, and his body went numb as he froze in place. His vision began to tilt, and the last thing he saw was half of a familiar body. Is that my body? The young man's consciousness was destroyed. As blood spurted out, Hoopoe's tiger roar came from the right, followed by a furious roar of fear. From the left came the sound of something piercing through the air. The enemy hiding in the dark shot another arrow at Lu Yi. However, this arrow had missed its target. The death of the young man must have disturbed the attacker's mind. He wasn't the only one whose mind was in a mess. There were 2 other cultivators who had already rushed behind Lu Yi. Tai Luozong show had a total of 5 cultivators on this mountain peak. 1 fourth order, 2 third order, and 2 second order. This formation wasn't very strong, but this was the rear of the Tai Luo sect, so they didn't need a strong formation. As long as they didn't lose the mountain in front, the cultivators of the Green Feather Mountain wouldn't be able to attack here. This was the safest position. The reason why he had left some guards here was just in case. This originally foolproof arrangement was broken by the arrival of Lu Yi. The 2 Tai Luo sect cultivators who had already rushed behind Lu Yi felt as if they had been splashed with a bucket of cold water in winter, their bodies turning cold. They could only watch helplessly as their 4th order senior brother was cut in half by an uninvited guest in just 5 breaths of time, causing their fright and panic to rise to the extreme. This caused them to suddenly stop when they were less than 10 meters away from Lu Yi. Lu Yi turned around, his long saber pointed diagonally at the ground, blood dripping from the blade. His feet stomped on the ground, creating a pit, and in a few steps he arrived in front of the 2 frightened Tai Luo sect cultivators. At the critical moment of life and death, the 2 of them finally burst out with their potential and charged at Lu Yi. Clang, 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 clang. The 2 third-order cultivators were both pushed back, leaving them wide open. The difference in cultivation meant that even if they worked together, they wouldn't be able to block Lu Ye's saber. The long saber infused with spirit energy drew a fiery red light in front of Lu Yi. This saber didn't even need to use sharpness spirit runes. As screams rang out, the chests of the 2 cultivators were cut open, a faint burnt smell coming from their wounds. One of them fell to the ground, while the other staggered back. Lu Yi took a step forward and stabbed his saber into the heart of the cultivator who had fallen to the ground. Without stopping, he pulled out his saber and slashed at the other cultivator. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of an arrow flying towards him. He raised his saber and slashed it, cutting it away. Just as he was about to finish off the 3rd-order cultivator who was still alive, the latter had already fallen to the ground. Lu Ye's saber had already cut through his heart. An extremely mournful scream rang out from the side. Lu Yi turned his head and saw Hoopoe biting the neck of a female cultivator, blood gushing out of his mouth. The female cultivator was still holding a bow in her hand. She struggled under Hoopoe's body, but couldn't move him at all. This female cultivator was only a second-order cultivator. She was one of the ones hiding in a tree and shooting arrows at Lu Yi. When Hupa and Lu Yi separated, she rushed over. If it was just Hupa alone, he might not be able to do anything to her. After all, she was hiding in a tree, but it was different with Yi. Yi directly appeared behind this female cultivator and pushed her down with force. During the time he was with Lu Yi, Hupa ate and drank good food every day. He didn't know how many spirit accumulation pills he had consumed. Now, his strength had greatly improved compared to before. With Yi's cooperation, they easily took down this second-order cultivator. Lu Yi didn't care about this female cultivator and looked to the side. There were two people who had shot arrows at him just now. One of them was bitten by Hupa, and the other one was still there. But when Lu Yi looked over, he found that this guy had already run a few dozen meters away. Lu Yi raised his saber and was about to give chase when he suddenly remembered something. He raised his hand and pointed it at the man's back. Fiery red spirit energy began to gather in his palm. The pure spirit energy formed a fat fire quail. The fire quail flapped its wings and flew forward like an arrow from a bow. In the blink of an eye, the fire quail brushed past the fleeing cultivator and crashed into a big tree, setting it ablaze. He didn't hit. Lu Yi raised his brow and gathered spirit energy in his palm again. This time, he slightly adjusted the direction of his spirit energy. The second fire quail flew out and hit the man's back. With a bang, the man fell to the ground as if he had been struck by lightning. His back was charred and he only twitched a few times before he stopped breathing. This was a technique from the Red Lotus, soaring to the heavens' secret art. Its power was quite good. A dot of red light flew out and landed on the back of Lu Ye's hand. Lu Yi looked around and frowned. What is this? This battle was inexplicable. He had only misunderstood the other party's secret signal, and the other party had attacked him mercilessly without even asking which side he belonged to. Since the other party didn't hold back, Lu Yi naturally wouldn't hold back. It wasn't until he killed all of them that he confirmed that these guys belonged to the Myriad Devil Ridge camp. It seemed that he had killed the right person.